Plato said that when you go to chemist school, you became more alert. You may wake up, your spirit wake up. And you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. We must know Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Netcher.
All right. ETM Hotep, welcome to the Sesh channel. This is your brother Wujau Minhib Edi Ma'at. And today's live is, I'm going to try to keep it brief. And it's basically a continuation from a conversation that took place last night to be specific. Yesterday, I was on the Community of Skeptics live stream. They had a video that was doing basically a recap and a commentary of an expert, I believe Egyptologist, giving information in comparison to Jonathan Owen Smash Rockwell's commentary. And so I jumped on the panel to have that discussion dealing with Egyptological information and things. Well, during the course of that conversation, the brother Unk brought up linguistic issues. And I noticed that whenever I pop up on the panel to talk about maybe, whatever is currently being discussed, for some reason, linguistics comes up in the conversation. And so to me, that's a clear indication that there's still confusion on that side with the brother Unk himself and other colleagues on the Pseudo Killers or the Community of Skeptics site, page, and channel. So these conversations have been going on for many, many years, and so it's to me it's a little bit shocking. Not as shocking anymore, but it's just strange that the conversations have continued after year after year after year after year. But I understand why the conversations have keep popping up. with the same people. And it really boils down to the refusal to actually read. All right. It's the refusal to actually read and study about the topic, to have a better comprehension, to feel comfortable in the information, and to gain competency in the information to advance the conversation. So the conversation is not advancing because we have individuals that refuse to actually read and study information related to the conversation. And that being historical comparative linguistics. All right. We've been talking about this topic for a very long time. The brother Asar Imhotep specifically is widely known for specializing in historical comparative linguistics. That's his main tool and focus that he uses in the broader study of Africology, African history, etc. Evaluating the historical past of African people, etc. So this is widely known. So you say Asar Imhotep's name, people are going to immediately associate him with linguistics, historical comparative linguistics, and all of that good stuff. When the Amara Squad was alive and kicking, Asar Imhotep was a member of the Amara Squad, along with myself, the brother Unk, and others. And even then, these conversations have come up, and a lot of information has been explained. So we're talking of over a period of over 5 years, 6 years, I would even say 8 years, consistently coming up, periodically, but consistently. It's like seasonal. Just like we can expect spring and summer and fall. These conversations related to linguistics and historical comparative linguistics, Greenberg, Afroasiatic, all of these polarized names or terms get tossed around and they're brought up. Okay. And again, they keep getting brought up without the conversation moving forward because we have individuals who refuse for all of that time, refuse to actually read and study information related to these topics. All right. Also, we have individuals that will speak on these topics or attempt to, and have not even read the brother Asar Imhotep's books on these topics or related to these topics. Because if they were to do either one of those things, either they read textbooks or books that you could buy on Amazon, and I'm going to share a recommended title that people get. I'm gonna reshare because I've recommended this book many times for many people. I'm gonna share that. But if these individuals were to read these introductory books on historical comparative linguistics, or actually read Asar Imhotep's books or works related to it, where he's explaining the different principles, actually utilizing them for whatever the subject matter that Asar is dealing with at a particular time. If these individuals would do either one of those things, these conversations could progress and move forward. So again, they're not moving forward. All right. So that's the title of this live stream. And as you can see, the title is ChatGPT Consensus Experts. Oh my. And on the image I have, you have on the left, that's supposed to be ChatGPT or AI in general, who people are not literally saying is an expert, but the behavior of people is showing that they're using them as if these tools, which is what ChatGPT is, among others, these tools, they're using them as if these tools are experts. And so, if you can see on the what's written in the talk bubble, says, "Don't learn for yourself. Depend on me." And so I put that there because what I'm seeing is that people are relying on these tools such as ChatGPT, and they're refusing, or they're making themselves handicapped by not learning the information for themselves. And it's just another excuse to not put in the sweat equity to actually study and read. Now, mind you, these conversations about linguistic issues stretch over, like I'm saying, estimating 8 years, at least. Could be more. ChatGPT was not out 8 years ago. It was not out 6 years ago, 5 years ago. None of these tools, these AI tools specifically, were available. So now we're at the dawn of AI and ChatGPT and all the related AI language learning tools and things like that. Now we're at the dawn of that and this movement. So these tools are popping up and they're providing assistance with a lot of things. Now, I've done a previous video about ChatGPT as it relates to these kind of conversations, so I'm not going to rehash that. But in summary, ChatGPT itself is an excellent tool, like all of the AI tools. They're excellent tools for what they're excellent at, to leverage them for what they are set up to be and what they do is excellent. A lot of people use them. A lot of people use them and have made a lot of money. A lot of people have used them and have organized businesses and information, become way more efficient than they ever were, and things like that. So ChatGPT is an excellent tool. But if you don't know, it's like any tool, if you don't know its limitations, what it can and cannot do, and to what degree it can and cannot do these things, then you run the risk of misusing these tools such as ChatGPT. All right. And then on top of that, the reason why I have "don't learn for yourself, depend on me" is because what we're seeing as well is that those people who are what I would refer to as lazy prior to the onset of ChatGPT, now that ChatGPT is here, those individuals who were already lazy students in terms of, and by that I mean lazy because they refuse to read and study at least enough to advance a conversation on different topics. Now, this is outside the interest, because I fully understand that if a person is not interested in something, they're not going to put any sweat equity in studying that something. So that's a given. But the major difference is we have individuals who are on YouTube that will go to the level of arguments, and they will argue on issues that they refuse to read and study. That's where the problem comes in. So Now, with the onset of AI and ChatGPT, those individuals who are fit that description, now ChatGPT gives them extra excuses not to do it. So it becomes an enabler for that kind of behavior. And this is what I'm seeing. And so this is what I continue to address, is that the misuse and abuse of these new tools that are at our disposal. And granted, they're excellent tools. And I have to keep saying that because some of these same individuals will see me talk about ChatGPT and then fake and act like I'm against ChatGPT. And I know this for a fact because I heard it and I've seen clips of videos where this has been said. The implication is that the brother Wujao is against ChatGPT, and then, but they can't quote me, but that's what will be said. And I get it. I understand that, because it's almost as if ChatGPT has become a savior or a god to certain individuals. And when you speak up on gods, just like in religion, people get very defensive. They want to protect it at all costs because they rely on it so heavily. So that's why I have don't learn for yourself, depend on me, because people are becoming dependent on ChatGPT when they don't have to, or actually shouldn't, because it's actually handicapping and hindering their growth in different topics and subjects, which in turn has a domino effect of stagnating the conversations about different issues. And this particular issue that I'm talking about happens to deal with linguistics, the historical comparative method, linguistic method, etc. So this is an extension of last night's conversation. All right. So I just want to kind of open with all of that and put that on a record, so people who are going to watch this video in the archive, they'll at least know what I'm actually talking about. All right. So that's what I'm talking about. So shout out to everyone who's tuned in. I see we have a few people who have tuned in. You know, it's early afternoon, or now it's getting into the evening on Tuesday, July 9th. And again, welcome to the Sesh channel. This is your brother Wujao. So I'm going to have this brief review of last night's discussion. And again, last night it was too late for me to go live afterwards because, as I said, I was on the Community of Skeptics YouTube channel, and the topic was totally different. If you go to the channel, it's from last night. It was dealing with the Egyptian issues with Smash Rockwell and Jonathan Winterman. The brother Reggie came on the panel, and the whole nine. But then it shifted. I think the brother Unk, and this is not the first time. The brother Unk recently has done this quite a bit. If I come on a panel, he brings up the linguistic issues, and so it shifted. But it was already late, and the live stream was already going a long time. So I understood to end that live stream, and it was too late for me to go live. So that's why I'm live now, to kind of address just a few things from last night that I wasn't able to. All right. So that's that. So that's to orientate everybody into the conversation. All right. So I just want to get into what I want to address. So, and I'm going to be as brief as I can and straight on to the point, because I don't want anybody to, accuse me of having these long videos when it's not necessary. So the first thing I want to address. So what I'm going to do. So this is how I'm going to do it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a clip from last night. I'm going to play 5 clips, I believe, from last night, just so I can elaborate now on it. Okay, and I think I'm going to go in chronological order of the timestamps of these clips. All right, so that way no one can complain about me misquoting anyone or anything of the like. Now, obviously, as usual, I always recommend people to watch the full video or more of it to get more context, because when you know, the downside of posting clips or playing clips is that you have to have a beginning and an end, but there may be more context to the statements and clips and things. So I always encourage people to listen to more of it. Okay. So that's just best practice. But I have to play a clip because I'm not going to replay the whole video from last night. That just doesn't make any sense. All right. But I also, encourage people to listen to more of it so that way you can get all the context. So let me start off with the first clip. And let me go to the first clip if I can switch over and find where I am. Just give me a second. All right. I'm trying to do it in a way where the commercials don't play, because if I I click on the link, YouTube will definitely play all these ads, and I'm trying to avoid that. So the first clip is going to be dealing with the issue of impact of some linguistic work. What is the impact? And that was a focus of the brother Sosa on a previous conversation that was prior to last night, and so that kind of continued that conversation about the impact of some linguistic work. If certain linguistic work was done, what would be the impact of that work? And that's the general subject matter. So I want to kind of play where that started to pick up from. All right. And I need to share my screen. That would definitely make sense, right? Let me share my screen. Okay, so, and you all should be able to see it now. All right, so you all should be able to see that. It's really nothing to see. It's basically to hear. So if you can't see it very well, I don't think that will be a problem. Okay, so I'm going to play it. So again, the first thing that I'm going to be elaborating or addressing is the comments about the impact of linguistic works on linguistics itself, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just going to play this a bit and then stop it and then talk about it. All right, so you all listen up. As a matter of fact, I think I can make it like that. That'll probably help you all see it better. Yeah, I think y'all can see it better. All right, so I'm gonna play it. So y'all listen in. That's my take.
Sosa, got something to add to that?
Yeah, because I think that's the point that I was making on the show. Like it was.
Oh, 1 second. So now, because this is a clip, again, like I said, you have to listen to more of it to get the full context. But where I just picked up just now, the sister Juju, who's on the panel there, she had just read ChatGPT's response to a question about the impact. Okay, and so I gave my opinion about what she read. I had just given my opinion about what she read, and so where we're picking up is Unc is asking Sosa if he has any thoughts on that. So that's where we are. So I'm just giving y'all some context on that. Maybe pull it back a little bit. Okay, so you all listen up. What people think they know right now. So I don't have any disagreement with that. Yep. So that's my take.
Sosa, got something to add to that?
Yeah, because I think that's the point that I was making on the show. Like it was the implication of it would be very significant. Remember, I'm gonna ask you what would it be in terms of impact. When I kind of think you downplayed the impact of it when you go back and revisit that conversation because we kind of refer
Okay,
to it
so
as breaking. Hold on, we kind of refer to it as breaking the wheel, and I think it is the equivalent. I'm saying if not a 1-for-1, is pretty close.
okay, no, so
That's what we
if
talking
you
about.
well, okay, so hopefully you heard me what I just said tonight and you
I heard
understood that,
everything.
right? Okay,
Yeah.
but here's the difference between our previous conversation and maybe me offering this clarification will help, right? So when we were talking before, if you go back to it and listen, I wasn't I wasn't talking about the large macro phyla of Niger Congo being shown to be related to Afroasiatic. I actually specifically said a language within and under the label of Niger Congo that falls within that side, and then a language that falls within the category under the side of Afroasiatic. I said if somebody were to successfully show cognates between two such languages, this is only two. And remember our conversation, I said, man, I hope people realize there's over 2,000 languages on the continent. I said, I'm only talking about two languages. I said, so
Right.
that impact
Right.
is nowhere near, like if somebody were to successfully do that with just two languages, that's nowhere near
Right.
anything that Juju just read.
Right. And the two
Let's see.
languages that we were talking about, right, was ancient Egyptian.
Okay, so I have to pause it there and say what Juju read was again an answer that ChatGPT gave based on the question dealing with the macro phylum of Niger Congo being found to be related to the macro phylum of Afroasiatic. Now that's a totally different thing than anything that Sosa and I discussed on that previous conversation. And that's what I was pointing out, that the question that was asked in ChatGPT that produced the results that Juju read wasn't the same question or issue that Sosa and I had spoke on previously. So I was telling him the difference between that and what we were actually talking about, because I had mentioned only two languages being found, of course, using the proper tools to do so, which is the historical comparative method. If somebody were to take two languages and establish and prove that they are genetically related languages, then there will be some impact in the field of linguistics if that were done. But it's nowhere near the impact that would be if somebody were to take the whole microphylum of Niger Congo and prove that it's genetically related with the whole microphylum of Afroasiatic. And that is what I was trying to get across and express, that there's impact in both situations. Anytime that you prove that two languages are genetically related using a proper methodology, it's going to have impact. But there's a much different level of impact between those two scenarios. And that's what I was explaining. And I believe that Sosa, during that conversation last night, that he got it. But I'm going to let it play because now we're going to get back narrow to two languages that we were talking about.
Egyptian and Chaluba, right?
Mm-hmm. Bantoon is a Bantoon.
Right.
It's still a Bantoon. Mm-hmm.
Because if on my thing, I asked the same question. Mm-hmm. I asked relatedness between the linguistic relationship between ancient Egyptian language and Chaluba, and the results are mirrored in what Juju read. So it doesn't change the dynamic of it. I can
no, but listen, but hold on. Okay, so I have to pause it here. So I take that back. So Sosa right here is arguing that the results that Juju read, based on that question of the larger macro phylums, Sosa is saying that he asked a similar question about the two languages that he and I were talking about, and it gave a similar result. So he was saying that it's pretty much the same. So when he said that, what I wanted him to do, or what I wanted to do, was to go over bullet point for bullet point what Juju read and explain the difference of the impact between somebody successfully showing the larger microphylas between and then the two languages Sosa and I were talking about. And so that's what we started to do. And so I'm gonna let it play. Let me let you understand.
Share your screen, Buja. I mean, Sosa. Go ahead, Buja.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that, or let me ask, I put it in a question form. Or let me just tell you what I was saying is that the impact of somebody showing two individual languages that are currently labeled in two different larger macrophyla. If somebody's able to successfully show that they're related, what I'm saying is that will have a much different impact than if you're able to show the whole micro schema of Niger Congo related to the whole micro schema of Afroasiatic. Those are two totally different impacts. And
got it. But
so you see, I'm basically repeating myself here, and Sosa said, "Got it." So that's what I was saying a few minutes ago, where I think Sosa got it because he said he got it. So I'm going based on his word. I'm taking him at his word that he got what I was saying. That of course there's impact no matter what, but it's a big difference of the impact. Okay, if those two scenarios were to present themselves, and that's the point that I made, and I've repeated myself there. All right, so now I'm gonna let it play, and we're gonna see how the conversation continues.
But in terms of
wait, I'm saying, do you understand that?
I fully understand what you're saying.
See, so again, I doubled down because I wanted to be sure. I'm saying, did you get what I'm saying? And he says that he fully understood what I'm saying. So I'm gonna let the conversation continue.
So if we narrow it to ancient Egyptian language in Chaluba, that is a smaller sample size of what we're saying, right? That's right.
Oh, much smaller.
We've narrowed it, right? We've narrowed it from ancient Egyptian to Chaluba.
Much, yep.
You would agree, right?
I say, yeah. That's much smaller.
Yes. So, hypothetically, what would it mean to the field of linguistics if ancient Egyptian language was proven to be related to Chaluba? And the response is the same. Discoveries would likely prompt a reevaluation of a holistic family classification. Ancient Egyptian typically classified as Afroasiatic language family, while Chaluba belongs to the Niger Congo language family. Establishing a relationship between the two would suggest either a redefinition of these families or the identification of a previously unrecognized superfamily encompassing both. So it's
stop. Let's do one at a time. So stop there. So that's nothing wrong with that. So what would actually have to happen is that, because if somebody is successful at that means that they are able to produce a reconstruction of the proto language that produced those two. And so if you're able to do that, now you have to reevaluate where those two languages are labeled, not the entire microphyla. So that's the difference. No. So I'm gonna pause here because so he read point number 1 from his inquiry into ChatGPT, and Sosa is arguing that it's the same result that what Juju read earlier, talking about the larger macrophyla. Okay, so what I'm trying to point out, because he said he got it, but when he did that, then it to me he doesn't get it. So what I'm trying to do here is to show the difference of the impact though, and the process. Now, to go back to what I said earlier, I always encourage now, and the reason why I'm saying this the way I'm saying it is because these conversations have been going on for years. Now, not with Sosa though, because I want to put on record that with King Sosa, everybody knows it's King Sosa, Sosa the brother Sosa, our good brother Sosa at that. I haven't had these conversations with him for years and years. Okay, so to Sosa's credit, I'm not including or talking about him when I make reference to this long stretch of time where these conversations have come up. But there are people that overlap who have been part of the conversation for years and years and years and years, such as the brother Unk. The brother Unk has been part of the conversations for a very, very long time. All right. So what I always do is I encourage people for anything is to, if you're going to make attempts to start to dig your feet in to a topic to the point where you are trying to argue something about the topic, then it is in your best interest to read and study information on the topic. Because if you don't, then it becomes just wasteful time. Because what ends up happening in terms of my experience is that you end up teaching somebody and giving them enough information so they know when they're wrong. Like, people don't know enough to know whether they're right or wrong. So I'm not even going to make it negative. But people don't know enough if they're right or wrong if you don't actually take time out to study something. Okay? At least at a fundamental level. Now, even when I say that, there are individuals who will take that statement that I just made and then hyperbolize it, exaggerate that, and then say things like, I'm advocating for people that they must read a 700-page book, or they must get a degree, or they must got to do this, that, and the third in order to understand a topic that they feel is simple, or whatever the case is. And that's not what I'm saying. But I understand why individuals need to do that, because they have to protect the behavior. Okay? All I'm simply saying is, and I'm making a reasonable suggestion, is that, and this goes for anybody, if you're going to argue, so let me say it this way. Don't stay in your lane. Don't stay in your lane when you are curious about things and you want to learn new information. You can't stay in your lane, because in order to expand your knowledge and stuff, you have to step outside of your comfort zone. You have to step outside of your lane to learn new things. Okay? So that's that. The other side, if you find yourself wanting to argue something or debate something or make claims about something, that's when you need to stay in your lane. Stay in your lane if you're trying to make arguments. Okay, that's the difference. When you're not trying to argue, you're trying to learn stuff. Yeah, you got to branch out. You got to explore. You got to get out of your lane, get out of your comfort zone. But if you're trying to argue and debate and fuss and fight, like on these YouTube streets, you need to stay in your lane. That's the best thing to do. That's the best advice I can give. Stay in your lane. Don't argue about something that you, definitely if you're not interested in it, but if you're not at least studied in it in a fundamental level, to know whether you're right or wrong, to know what you're talking about, to know what you're actually talking about. Okay? So I say that because if more people were to take that advice and to do it, a lot of these conversations would move forward faster. And we wouldn't have to repeat these same old arguments over and over and over again. All right. So I'm going to let this play, because what I'm trying to do here is, and see, you know, and I'm not complaining about this, because I understand this to be the nature of the YouTube live streams, especially when you have multiple people on the panel. You know, everybody's supposed to have an equal amount of time to talk. and make their points and address counterpoints, and stuff like that. So I understand it, and that's just part of the environment. So I'm not complaining, but when that happens, sometimes the points are not really hit. The points are not really made and solidified enough. Okay, and so I'm doing my best here to explain the difference in the impact between two microphylums being proven to be genetically related versus two simple languages, two individual languages from separate language phylum or phylas. All right. So that's what I'm attempting to do here. And then the process or the impact that will have. So we're going to listen in.
I think we're misinterpreting what we're reading here. What we're reading here is illustrating how impossible that would actually be by putting an example.
At all. It's not.
All right, let's finish. Let's finish it. Go ahead.
There's nothing in there that said this is impossible.
Okay, go ahead.
So you see, I had to correct. So Cedric interjected that what we're reading, or what Sosa has on the screen, and even what Juju was reading before, it says it's impossible to do X, Y, and Z, and nothing in there says it's impossible at all. It never said that. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it didn't say that. It didn't say that at all. But again, and Cedric is an individual that I asked last night if he's read any books. I asked him to name a title of any book that he read on the historical comparative linguistic method, and he said none. He hasn't read any. So that's a perfect example of that being the case. Then Cedric should not be arguing. It's fine that you haven't read a book about it or whatever the case is, but you're in no position, zero position, to argue about something that you're not informed of. To me, that's the most backwardest thing to do, and I think that's part of the problem within these social circles. Why people argue so much, because they talk about things that they are not informed about, more so than talking about things that they are informed about. We need to tip the scale the other way. All right, so I specifically asked Cedric that question for that reason. All right. Because as you're going to see later on, some other things that he was saying just does not align with any historical comparative linguistic information whatsoever. And it would take too long to try to teach and explain. So you end up being in a teacher mode, just to explain things so that people know when they're wrong. But anyway, I'm gonna let it play. So we can't.
Impossible.
Yeah. I don't want. Like, I don't know why. That's what I'm saying. Like, here's
the same thing. Look, historical linguistic. Linguists would need to trace the historical connection and evolutionary paths of these languages, investigating how and when the divergence or convergence occurred. This can lead to new insight into ancient human migrations and interactions across Africa.
Okay, stop there. Wait. Hold on, stop. We're gonna go one at a time because the first one you read. So the first one you read. So just going back to the first one, because I forgot who just was saying something. But listen, on the first one, because I don't want to go too fast on the first one.
We already covered the first one. We're at two now.
I know. Okay, so what was the? Okay, so what am I saying about the first one?
You was trying to relate it to where that the impact would not be as significant as the Niger Congo Afroasiatic. So now we're narrowing the scope. Right? We're narrowing
but that was before you read this first one. So I'm saying what's the conclusion from this first bullet point that you read? That's above the number 2 right there. Right there, yeah, that one. When you read that one, what did you take away from what I said? From when you read that one? So I'm gonna repeat it because I'm just gonna say what I said again. Yeah. So what I said was that's typical, because when you compare two languages and you successfully show that they are genetically related, what you would have essentially done as well is to reproduce or reconstruct the proto language from which it descended. And all I'm saying is that doesn't mean you have to rework the whole larger phyla. You would just have to work with those two particular languages and its reconstructed proto language. So now you have to figure out, okay, what's going on. So that's all I was saying. So it doesn't have the bigger impact on the larger micro phyla. It's just that now you have these three, because you got the two living languages you comparing, or two languages you're dealing with, and then the reconstructed proto language. So now to your bullet number 2, when it said linguists would need to trace the historical connections and evolutionary path of these languages, absolutely. Investigating how and when they diverge, absolutely. Because if you're coming from a proto, there has to be some divergence, and then the two divergent, right, the two sibling languages would have to come in lesser contact with each other so that they could develop from dialects into full-blown languages in the first place. So yes, that's absolutely correct. You would trace that out and have to investigate that. So it said this could lead to new insights of ancient human migrations and interactions. The reason why that is because wherever the proto language was spoken and the divergent took place, you have to figure out how did they stay diverse enough to where they become independent or unintelligible languages among themselves.
Right.
And now you have to trace that out. So then it starts to deal with, okay, where did these people go in order for them to stay separated long enough? Little things like that. So that's the number 2. So I'm pausing here because I'm making an attempt to explain the actual impact of a successful outcome of comparing two languages that prove to be genetically related. I'm just explaining the simple impact, just one of many impacts, but in the simplest terms. This is what would trigger. Once that's successfully done, it would trigger further investigation and research into, okay, what I was just saying. The two sibling language descending from the parent language, the mother language, the proto language, how, at what point in history and time, the location, all these other things would spark the interest to answer those questions. But those questions will come up only after, and I stress, bold, and underline, after the historical comparative method is done and proven to be so. And remember, I just said that. That's going to be important as I'm let this stuff play. So where am I at? I'm at 251. I'm going to let this play again. I'm going to see where we go here. All right?
Right. So, and establishing a link between ancient Egyptian Luba would provide new perspectives on the cultural and historical connection between ancient Egyptian and the peoples of Central Africa. This might include shared myths and practices of technology, right?
Absolutely. And that's what is actually being seen with the comparisons that are being done right now into the myths, into the same recognition of deities, the natural phenomena that these deities represent, even though in different places, and so on and so forth. So you're starting to see a few of those things already, like Ma'at, like in Egypt. The whole concept of Ma'at, it's actually personified deity, and it's a female, and this, that, and the third.
Yeah, but I don't want to get into the actual argument that y'all making, because no,
I'm not.
I want to stay in line with what we are.
I know. I'm staying in line with what you just read. It said, the last sentence says, this might include shared myths, practices, and technologies. I'm just giving an example.
We got it.
Okay,
same thing.
See, right here, I'm slow walking through each of the bullets, but right here, I felt that Sosa is moving too fast, because I'm trying to give a real example, because the whole thing is what he's reading is actually happening right now. And so I was telling him that on his bullet 3, which was if one of the impacts of proving two languages being related to each other, then the two separate peoples that speak those two different languages, once you prove that they're related, and you reproduce the pre-dialectical proto-language, now you can start seeing the similarities or possible similarities between the cultures themselves, including the myths, including the cultural practices, including the technologies and things like that. You can start seeking to detect these things. Once you have proven that the languages are related, then you start to look for cultural items and things like that if there's any similarities and things. And that's all I was saying. I was giving an example of the deity Ma'at in ancient Egypt, how it's a personification of the principles of realness, truth, and all this other kind of stuff. It's a female deity, whatever. But that same principles and things are found in other communities around Africa, but it's just not a concrete personification into an anthropomorphic female deity. But the principles are there with near to exact matches with that of ancient Egypt. And so I was just giving that example. All right. So just so you all would know.
Interdisciplinary research. We already covered that with the first, right?
I'm let me speed up then, because you doing
No.
I'm doing 10 and you doing 60 miles an hour. I was trying to give an example.
No, I'm saying we don't. I understand what these might include shared mispractice or technology. So I don't need these.
Maybe I'm taking too long. All right, go ahead.
No, he's basically saying that they found the myths and the connection. Yeah, well, I need somebody else to say.
Yeah, like you already making that claim. I don't necessarily. Yeah. I'm not here to refute that. That's not my thing. Like, okay, I understand what it means when they shared. This might include shared myth. I understand what shared myth.
But so far 1 through 3, I'm giving my opinion on as you're going down. So 1 through 3, it's all good. Like I don't.
Y'all, that's incredible. Go ahead. What are we on 3?
Straight.
We on 4?
4, right? Because we already interdisciplinary. Such a discovery would likely spur interdisciplinary research, combining linguistics with archaeology, anthropology, and genetics to piece together a more comprehensive picture of early African history and prehistoric population. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on a smaller scale. Yeah, definitely.
Can I say something? I say something? To me, that means the person that's having this groundbreaking idea would have.
Okay, so here, this was another timestamp, but I end up just now. I end up letting it play all the way through, but this is the beginning of the next timestamp or issue that I wanted to discuss. So, so make sure you pay attention to what the brother Unk is saying, and at some point, the brother Cedric is going to interject, and it's going to continue, and I'm going to address all of that. But I'm going to let this play here, but I want you all to pay attention to what was just read. So I got to back it up a little bit so you can see it on the screen. So we're dealing with bullet point number 4 on the screen. This is what Sosa was sharing, and it's interdisciplinary research. It says such a discovery. Now, mind you, he's talking about the discovery of his question was about ancient Egyptian being proven to be genetically related to Chiluba language. If those two languages are proven by use of the historical comparative method to be genetically related, these are the different impacts. So on number 4 that you see on the screen, it says such a discovery would likely spur, which means trigger, excite, interdisciplinary research, combining linguistics with archaeology, anthropology, and genetics to piece together a more comprehensive picture of early African history and prehistoric population movements. That's exactly one of the main benefits of the historical comparative method or linguistics period, is that it's part of the larger, the big container of anthropology, where you're trying to paint a picture of the ancient past or the past, the historical past period. And so you use these different tools of archaeology, of genetics, and so on and so forth, as this says, to paint a more comprehensive picture. So such a discovery would obviously and should obviously trigger the interest in these multidisciplinary other areas, because you have to explain it. You have to explain that stuff. So that's what it would spur. So just but I want y'all to pay attention. So listen to what's going to be said.
Such a discovery would likely spur interdisciplinary research, combining linguistics with archaeology, anthropology, and genetics to piece together a more comprehensive picture of early African history and prehistoric population, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on a smaller scale, yeah, definitely.
Can I say something? Can I say something? To me, that means the person that's having this groundbreaking idea would have to understand genetics and migration, because you're actually starting to reform these different disciplinary studies. So you would know that. You would need ChatGPT to tell you the ramifications of it. You would already know that. You would have a team of geneticists studying evolution and all that. Because
wait, hold up, but
am I wrong? Am I wrong? I know I'm not wrong.
It's in reverse though.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying.
Now I'll pause it here. I want y'all to stick this in your mind. I just now told the brother Unc, based on what he's just said, I said, I'm not disagreeing with you, but it's in reverse. And he said, I know, but we're going to find out, does he really know? But now I'm just explaining to you all what I meant by reverse. He said that the person who does this groundbreaking work and actually proves that these two languages are genetically related, he's claiming that they have to know about genetics and all this other kind of stuff. They have to know that. And I'm telling him that it's in reverse. You do not have to know all that stuff. All right. And we're going to find out which claim is correct. All right. Let it play.
But that's the point.
Wait, no. What I'm saying, I don't want to. I'm not disagreeing with you, but flip it the other way. The person doesn't have to. In other words, if I set out and examine two languages, totally unbiased, I don't care where these people genetically were on the planet Earth or anything. But wait, listen what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If I examine two languages and I go through the proper scientific methodology in examining two languages, comparing these two languages, and I'm using all the proper tools and I'm following the steps how they're supposed to be followed, and I come to a conclusion, I don't have to know about any migratory thing. It's just that this is what my findings are, and now I take my findings. Now I go to the biological folks, the biological anthropologists, and now present them with what I said, and now they can look at it. Whoa, wait a minute, and then they can look at it and add info and start to examine stuff like that. In order for me to do the language comparison, I don't have to know that.
Okay, let me say this. So what I'm saying.
Wait, you understand that?
I understand it, and I'm saying that's not the way it's done.
Now y'all heard him. He said he understood what I said, and then he says that's not the way it's done. So I want to emphasize that point. Unc said that he understood what I said, and then he said that's not the way it's done. And I'm going to say this now, that Unc is 100% wrong. But he doesn't know that he's wrong, because for all of these years, Unc refuses to read and study information related to historical comparative linguistics and the processes and workflows that are involved. Anybody that will pick up an introductory book will know never to say what Unc is saying, because it's just not done. Okay, but he doesn't know that, but he could know that. So to repeat what my point was to him is that, and it coincides with bullet point 4 that Sosa just read, but it's not on the screen right now because he scrolled down. But on bullet point 4, it said that such a discovery would spur interdisciplinary activities. And then it said anthropology, archaeology, the combination of linguistics, and all the other kind of stuff. It actually said what I'm saying. I'm saying that if I were to set out and compare two languages And I use all the proper methodologies to do so. And at the end of the day, I have proven that the two languages that I examine are genetically related languages. Then that would spur the interdisciplinary activities. And that's what I said would happen. I said I would take my findings and then I would go to the biological anthropologists and I would share my findings with them. And then they can look at it through the lens of biological anthropology, through biogenetics, through migrations, genetic populations, and all this other kind of stuff. They can take my data and then they can analyze it through their lens and see, okay, well, if these two languages have been proven to be genetically related, now let's see and examine the biology of the people that speak these languages and see if we can find the area and the time where these two people may have been one or part of the same genetic population. See, that's what they would do. But the historical comparatists, they don't do that. They don't have to do that. They came up with their data totally independent of that. And that's how it's done. But Unc just said that's not how it's done. And he's 1,000% wrong on that. And I'm going to let it play so you can see. And I believe, Emiket, if you're there, if you can take over for a quick second, because I think I have too many things open and I'm unable to go back. I'm going to have to leave and come right back.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Okay, so I'm leaving and come right back. So and this whole time, I just want to say I appreciate anybody who's tuned into the chat. I can't see the chat. I'm not looking at the chat. I don't even know how many people are watching. If anyone's watching, I could be sitting here talking to myself. But I'm going to be right back because I don't want this video to be any longer than it has to be. All right. But I want to make sure I hit on all these points. But I'll be right back. So, Emiket, you got it. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. So while Jao gets a handle on his stuff, I will not, because I'm actually just also listening in as we go. I actually did listen to the conversation yesterday on that video that was on the Community of Skeptics, Ank's channel. And I didn't listen from beginning. I just actually came in. Actually, I believe I came in where they're playing now. But so that was actually an interesting conversation. And I'm still surprised that that because see, I'm a kind of person who likes good conversation where whiteboards are pulled out, explanations are given, and then and even the people where you can get to ask questions and things like that. But to me, this is very interesting that in this particular conversation, and I know Ankh brings up this conversation anytime Mujao gets on the panel. For some weird reason, Ankh always wants to inject that, and I don't know why, because then then what ends up happening, not just this time, I've seen it at least 3 times in the last, I think, last month or something. ChatGPT gets pulled out. And I'm like, my question is to the people in the chat. If I come to your channel to learn something and all you got to do is pull up ChatGPT, why am I there? I can pull out ChatGPT in the comfort of my own home. It's not like any prompts is just basic English, and I think everybody has a handle on that. So and to me, that shows you something, that when you have to pull up all this kind of stuff just to have a conversation about a topic, then maybe it's time to actually pause and go get a handle on that particular topic. Because ChatGPT and if you pull up ChatGPT on these topics, when like I pull up ChatGPT on topics that I don't understand. Let's just keep it real. And then sometimes if it's a topic that I understand and maybe somebody else is arguing with me and you got to show them, then that's it. But You don't see me pulling on ChatGPT trying to talk about Sesh Netcher stuff, you know. So you only pull that when you need help. So when you need help, why are you so loud? You know, like, to me, that's just, I don't know. I won't come if you're gonna teach me with ChatGPT. Nah, I need to find somebody else. I'm just gonna keep it 100. You know, so that is my main that's just the first red flag I always see with this conversation. The second is when those ChatGPTs are pulled out, you will always notice that I don't know, because we need to have a show on just prompting, and because we talked about this even on our last topic on ChatGPT, that the same issues that people have on a regular, where people have to understand how to ask the right questions. Um, if you can't ask the right questions on a regular, you're going to screw it up in ChatGPT. So even just listening to this, I haven't listened to all obviously Wujao still has some more clips. I'm going to reserve all my thoughts about it. But just so far from what I've listened, there was even prompting on questioning about the micro language phylum. And I'm like, if you understand linguistics, that's not a question you would even prompt ChatGPT. Like, that's wild, you know. So that already tells you that I am way in over my head. So that's the time to just go back and study and not be loud and wrong on a panel, and you don't even know when you're wrong.
All right, peace. I am back. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So I'm going to try to pick up where I left off. And again, I'm back. I appreciate anybody who's tuned in. And like I said, I cannot tell. I'm not looking at the chat or anything just yet whatsoever. So, but let me, I'm going to pick up where I left off. Let me just make sure I got my timestamp again. Where was it? And I think it started playing. All right, I'll find it. We'll definitely find the timestamps. Reshare my screen. So hope everyone's following along. You know, I want to make sure these points are touched on and elaborated on to the point where everybody can follow. I don't want any excuses, nobody misunderstanding what I'm saying at all. Okay, so that's why I'm doing this way. So all right, I have it back on the screen where I left off, so I'm gonna let it play. But just remember, I'm walking through these bullet points that Sosa has on his screen in relationship to the two languages that he and I were talking about, the ancient Egyptian language and the Chiluba language. If it was proven successful that those two languages are genetically related, what is the impact of that? Okay. And so that's basically, and I'm paraphrasing, that's basically what he asked ChatGPT, and these are the results. Okay. And so as we going through the results, I'm explaining it in real terms of what would actually take place. And so every bullet, I'm just giving a commentary and an example if I can, if it's something that I could. All right. So we're down to the fourth one. We were on the fourth one where it says such a discovery. It says such a discovery would likely spur interdisciplinary research combining linguistics with archaeology, anthropology, and genetics. So now Unc has taken that to mean that the person who's doing the linguistic work, the historical comparative work, must know all these things and deal with that. And I'm telling him that he has it backwards. You don't. All you need to focus on and know and be a master at is the historical comparative linguistic method itself. And you take two languages and you run through the necessary steps to prove or disprove relationships. And just in case, as a FYI, there's a storm in my area, and I don't know if it's going to knock out the power and everything, because earlier the lights were flickering and stuff because it's a brief storm that's passing through. So in case I get cut off, you all will know what that's about. All right. But back to what I was saying. So Unc is confused. And he's confused because he refuses to read about historical comparative linguistics after all these years. All right. Now, the new people that I may run into and have conversations with, I can give them a pass and an excuse, but I still encourage them to read. Okay. But so I'm going to continue. Let it play.
Anthropology and genetics to piece together a more comprehensive picture of early African history and prehistoric population, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on a smaller scale, yeah, definitely.
Can I say something? Can I say something? To me, that means the person that's having this groundbreaking idea would have to understand genetics and migration.
Now, notice he said, to me, this person with the groundbreaking idea, blah, 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 blah. He thinks it's an idea as well. When we've already, the hypothetical is already beyond an idea. The hypothetical is if the person has successfully proved it. If they prove that the two languages in question, and in me and Sosa's case that we're talking about ancient Egyptian and Chiluba. If it's proven to be genetically related, it's no longer an idea. It's something that has come out in the wash, and you take the data, then you go to the other discipline areas, research discipline areas, and share your information so they could be analyzed through those lenses. But Unc believes that, as he said out of his own mouth, that the person who's doing the linguistic part has to know all this stuff, and that's just not true.
Because you're actually starting to reform these different disciplinary studies. So you would know that. You would need ChatGPT to tell you the ramifications of it. You would already know that. You would have a team of geneticists studying evolution and all that. Because
wait, hold up, but
am I wrong? Am I wrong? I know I'm not wrong.
It's in reverse though.
I know, but I'm saying, but that's the point.
You see how I said it's in reverse though, and he said yeah, I know, and that's the point. He clearly doesn't know, and it wasn't the point. That was just said just to like basically just shut me up, because he didn't understand that I said it's in reverse. It's clear that he didn't understand what I was just saying just then, that it's in reverse, because he said he's acting like, yeah, and that's the point. If that was the point, I wouldn't have the need to say it's in reverse. Yeah, I hope y'all follow that. I'm gonna let it play. No. I'm saying I don't want to. I'm not disagreeing with you, but flip it the other way. The person doesn't have to. In other words, if I set out and examine two languages, totally unbiased, I don't care where these people genetically were on the planet Earth or anything. But wait, listen what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If I examine two languages and I go through the proper scientific methodology in examining two languages, comparing these two languages, and I'm using all the proper tools, and I'm following the steps how they're supposed to be followed, and I come to a conclusion, I don't have to know about any migratory thing. It's just that this is what my findings are, and now I take my findings. Now I go to the biological folks, the biological anthropologists, and now present them with what I said, and now they can look at it. Whoa, wait a minute, and then they can look at it and add info and start to examine stuff like that. In order for me to do the language comparison, I don't have to know that.
Okay, let me say this. So what I'm saying.
So wait, you understand that?
I understand it, and I'm saying that's not the way it's done.
Now you could clearly him say he understood what I just explained, and he's doubling down saying that's not how it's done. But Unc doesn't know any better because, again, he refuses to read books on the historical comparative linguistic method. All right. And I'm not saying that in a forceful way that people have to. My point has always been consistent that if you're going to elevate to the level of trying to argue about it, you have to equip yourself with the information. That means you have to read. That means you have to put in some work. That means you have to put in some sweat equity into understanding the basic fundamentals of a particular topic. And if you refuse to do that for whatever the reason is, people may not have time. People got to work all day. They don't have time, or it's not part of their priority. Granted, that's a given. But if that's the case, then don't jump out the window and start arguing about things if you're in that circumstance. That's the difference. It's a very basic difference, and it's a reasonable suggestion and advice that I give to people. Okay, before you argue about something, at least gain a level of competency in it before you try to argue. That's reasonable. But I'm gonna keep it playing.
It wouldn't even make sense to do it that way because you already know
that.
Yeah,
that it's not done that way.
Of course, yeah, because
I asked him. I said, "You have a source for that's not done that way?" And he said, "Yes, of course." Now I didn't press him on it or remind him to provide the source because I wasn't trying to say that as a sticking moment that a lot of people try to do. Like, you got a source for that, and then they want to press and stick a person. So that wasn't my intent. My intent is for asking him that was genuinely, I want to know what Unc has read that says otherwise. So I asked him, I said, "You got a source for that?" He said, "Yeah, of course." But then he continued to talk, and I didn't bring it back up or whatever the case is. So I'm just letting y'all know.
Because you already know what you're working on, and you already understand the ramifications of it. Like, you already know that I'm going to already give my work to a person to deal with genetics, right? And they're going to look at it, right, and see if it even match up before I even put that shit out there like that.
No.
Because let me finish. Okay. Let me finish. Right. No, because the geneticist is going to smash you. They're going to smash you. It all has to fit to make sense. Because now we got these tools now. So we're not going to sit back and just DOPS laid the foundation of interdisciplinary studies. So it just wouldn't make sense to run off because if you can't back that up with the quote unquote migration and genetics and all that, then the idea is faulty from the beginning.
So here's the thing, this is why it's different.
You got to understand what I'm saying.
You see, Unc keeps talking about an idea, and it's clear by the language Unc is using, he does not know about the historical comparative method, because again, the point that is on the table, the issue that's on the table is that the historical comparative method was used and a person was able to successfully prove that these two languages are genetically related. It's not an idea. It is what it is. Now you take what's a proven issue, now you have to share it with the other disciplines and see where the impact it has, where does it fit in, and whatnot. It's not the other way around. And that's what I meant by Unc. It's in reverse to what he's saying. I don't do a comparison of two languages being biased on any migration of anything. I don't have to afford. That's not science. And later on in the conversation, and y'all gonna hear it, where I repeat what I'm saying to you all now, and Unc actually agrees with me that that's not science. See, science, you don't. That would be an inherent bias if you're trying to make your work match something else. That's what Christians do. That's what people say believers do. They research and try to cherry pick and try to find something to match what they want. That's not how science works at all. That's definitely not. That's the opposite of how science works. That's the opposite. And for people to advocate scientific literacy, I would expect that this is known. And so later on, Unc says it and agrees with me. And I even say, as you all are going to hear, that, okay, Unc, boy, I was worried. I was about to give up on you. I said, but I'm glad you said that. And he said, I know. He said, I'm on my A game, etc. And y'all going to hear him say all of that. But if that's the case, then why is he saying what he's saying now? And I'm going to tell y'all, the reason is because he just doesn't know any better. And this is an instance where a person doesn't know enough to know when they're wrong. And I'm only mentioning Unc and saying this because Unc is talking, and then Unc has been around the longest in terms of these conversations. Okay? So I don't want anybody to take what I'm saying and say, well, Joe and Unc are beefing or anything like that whatsoever. And I know Unc, if he's listening or when he listens, he wouldn't even take it that way whatsoever. All right? This is just how I have to explain it. So listen up.
That's we shouldn't have to
Hold on,
argue
I
that.
think somebody else was trying to talk to.
Before you put your hypothesis out there, it would have to conform with the scientific method, and there would need to be a there. So those parameters would need to be examined before even entertaining going on this journey. Is it possible by means of anthropology? Is it possible by means of archaeology? Is it possible by means of genetics? Is there a there before you even entertain going down the hypothesis? So there's no way you're going to randomly take two languages and decide to apply the linguistic method to it without there being a there. What is actually there that allows this connection to be even possible before you engage that?
Because we got the tools now, though, Wuja. We're not back in the day no more. It wouldn't make sense not to use the stuff at our access because it very well could help you. That's all I'm saying, yo.
Okay, I listen, and I hear what you're saying loud and clear.
All right.
So, but I want y'all to hear what I'm saying now.
I heard you.
And all I'm saying, all I'm saying is that when you examine two languages to determine if they're related or not, you don't have to have the genetic information. You're just comparing two languages. I can pick a language, whether it makes sense or not, it will come out in the wash. If I compare a language, let's say on the east coast of Africa, that's spoken today on the east coast of Africa, and I compare it to a language all the way on the west coast of Africa, and I compare it to a language all the way on the east coast of China, I can do that. Even though those are way separate and far away places and whatever the case is, I can do that. If I follow the method properly, then we would expect that those two languages I'm comparing would not be related, and the data would show that they're not related. Not because I understand the genetics of all that stuff. It's because the work I'm doing on the languages themselves. Okay. And that's now y'all heard that explanation I just gave. I paused it. You heard the explanation I gave, and I'm just going to summarily repeat it right now. All I'm saying is that I don't need if I'm the linguist performing the work, doing the work, I don't need to know diddly squat about the genetics or the genotype of any people. I only am comparing the languages. And if I compare two languages properly, if I use the proper methods and I utilize those methods properly, my results are going to be whatever they are. If I can prove two languages that are genetically related, then it is what it is. If I go through the whole process and the two languages prove to not be genetically related, then it is what it is. This is completely independent of any knowledge of genetics, the genetics of people, the phenotypes, the genotypes, the haplogroups, all this other genetic conversations that people like to keep introducing. It's totally independent of that. But now, once I do get my results, now that's when I can start shopping my findings around into the other disciplines. Now I share my information with the other disciplines so that now we can look at things through the lens of those other disciplines. So now through the lens of archaeology, I can take my findings, which has proven that these two languages are related. Now I have to find, now I can look in the, through the lens of archaeology to see if there's anything that can match up or not match up, or things that we omitted and didn't look for. Now we know what to look for, etc. It helps each other out. That's why these disciplines overlap and inform one another of the larger picture, the more comprehensive, bigger picture in anthropology as a complete big study of human history. That's why these pieces of the puzzle fit together. Okay, people need to understand that. That's the difference. But Unc and Cedric, and you heard what Cedric interjected, there has to be a there, and I have to have this first. None of that is true. None of that is true at all when it comes to, and see, and the reason why I'm talking like this, and you may hear a little bit of frustration, is because all people have to do is just pick up a book and read it. And that brings me to the whole ChatGPT thing, this ChatGPT movement, or AI movement in general. If you don't already have that discipline in you to actually read the material, so you'll know for yourself, that you could discern for yourself, what ChatGPT is going to end up doing for you is going to make you stuck in the mode of not doing stuff like that. It's gonna become an enabler, as we see unfolding, where people are dependent and relying. It's gonna cripple people in this regard. So again, for those people who love ChatGPT and didn't hear my statement earlier, I'm not saying ChatGPT shouldn't be used at all. I actually encourage people to use it and stay up on AI technology, but you have to know how to use it and what its limitations are. Don't misuse it. Okay, that's a completely different messaging than some people try to twist my words. But I'm gonna let it play because I'm gonna stay on this point, and that's what people got to understand. So what I'm saying is that the reason why linguists compare two or more languages in the first place is because of a suspicion that the languages may be related. But they don't use genetic to come up with that suspicion. It is other things. And so I encourage people to get books on the historical comparative method, because it's clearly outlined.
Yeah. So let me ask you this.
So y'all see, y'all hear me pleading, y'all hear me basically begging that people start to read books on this stuff, because I said that it has nothing to do with genetics. If a linguist want to compare two languages, they can do it. It doesn't rely on any genetic information at all. Biological genetics. Now here could be part of the problem. Not the problem in this conversation, but this is an FYI for everybody listening or may listen to this video in the archives. This has to be stressed as well, right? But this is not an issue in this conversation. But I have run into many people who are confused on this point. In linguistics, the specialized terms that are used in linguistics, these terms are shared in biology. Or in linguistics, linguists have commandeered and stolen biological terms and use it within linguistics, but they use it in a metaphoric way. So for example, when I say that two languages are genetically related, we know that languages don't have DNA. Okay, they don't have DNA. They don't have chromosomes. Languages don't have chromosomes or DNA, literally. So when linguists say that two languages are genetically related, that's a metaphor, but they're using the word genetic. Then when we say related or sibling or parent, those are kinship terms that are used in biology. Father, son, mother, daughter, daughter language. See, so all of these different things are shared terminology, but they don't mean the same thing. So I want to make sure that everybody understands that, because that's part of the confusion. Because when I've experienced when I say that language A is genetically related to language B or whatever the case is, people think I'm talking about biological genetics, like biogenetics of human beings, you know, or the speakers of those languages. And no, it has nothing to do with that. Okay, so that needs to be made clear. And again, anybody who reads a book on historical comparative linguistics would know that. All right, but here we go.
What happens if the linguistic information you come up with? Hold on, sir. Let me ask you. What happens if the linguistic information you comes up with does not align with human migration, archaeology, and anthropology?
So are you talking about after the fact, like after the work was done?
After you produce something that you think shows relation that is related, but it's not in line with archaeology, anthropology, human migration.
Then what triggers
what's the next step?
What triggers is what triggers is everything you read. That's what you're reading. The implications that would have, it will cause a new study and a new interest and a new evaluation in everything that would affect. So here's the thing. If I can prove, now I'm talking about proving, if I can show and demonstrate that these two languages, A and B, are related, then
got it.
The outcome of that would set forth and new studies and new key that you already named. So y'all hear what I'm saying? All I'm doing is paraphrasing what Sosa already had on the screen, where it says such a discovery would spur. See, the ChatGPT used the word spur. I didn't use the word spur. I'm using the word trigger. It would spur interdisciplinary activities. And I'm summarizing. And that's what I'm saying right there. It would trigger new analysis, reevaluations, reexaminations, all this kind of stuff in the various different fields. And guess what? That's what these scholars in these fields look forward to. That's what makes the field exciting. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson says it all the time, that scientists don't sit around and have to go back to the drawing board or whatever, as if, you know, that happens. And I'm paraphrasing. And he says, like, that's the excitement. The excitement is when what scientists think they know gets knocked upside the head. That's what makes science exciting. So it would spur the normal triggers that would happen in any other discipline. If you prove that two languages are related that were unknown before, and the consequence of that is going to cause and trigger other examinations, other disciplines, that's exciting. I'm gonna let it play. Such as human migration, archaeology, and so on and so forth. It would spark a whole new interest by these scholars to look at that.
So, because in order for it to make sense, then the archaeological data, the human migration data that we have in anthropology would in a sense be flawed or missing data.
Yes.
Right. So we would have to reconstruct, right, or reanalyze and shape that to fit the new existing data of the classification.
At the very least, they would definitely have
very minimum.
At the very minimum, they would have to definitely. You heard I said at the very minimum. That was funny to me. He said the very minimum. But he's right, because that's what I was saying. But he was talking louder than me. I said at the very least. At the very least, he said the very minimum. That was funny. Analyze and rethink things. That happens in physics all the time.
So the impact would be significant.
It could, definitely.
It would be.
No, I'm saying just for two. See, now that's where Sosa jumps ahead. And I'm saying he's fast forwarding too fast. He said it'd be significant. And I'm saying it's a gradual process. It's an actual slow process. And I said it could be significant. It could become significant. Because here's the thing. One sub-discipline under the larger discipline of anthropology, if a previously unknown discovery is made in one sub-branch, then it takes time to have that domino effect for the significant change to be realized and become concrete within the larger scheme of things in anthropology. And then we don't know the significance of whatever that finding is. It may change a little something, or it may change a lot of something. You don't know. And so that's all I'm conveying here, is that it could, when I say it could be, that's what I mean. It could be very significant changes, or it could be minor changes. It just depends. Now, when it comes to specifically Egyptian and Chiluba on the linguistic side, if that's proven to be genetically related of two languages, then the immediate impact would be a classification issue. How can you therefore substantiate or reconcile the existing classifications of those two specific languages anymore? Now you have to rework that. You have to rethink that. So that's the immediate impact. And then moving from there forward, further studies and further language comparisons can be made after the fact for another set of language. So you can compare this reconstructed pre-dialectical proto-language that you've just constructed. Now compare that and compare two other languages that are outside the first two that you compared, et cetera, et cetera. And then it starts a domino effect, and the impact will start to change relative to whatever work is being done. And so that has to be understood. It's not, and I'm trying not to play this whole video and let it play all the way through. But at some point in the conversation last night, I had gave the example. I said, it's not an instance where somebody plants a grenade and then it blows up and then everything just blows up. That's not how it happens. It's the way it actually happens in real life. It's almost like termites. It's a slower process. It's not a bam and then everything is just thrown off, like all of linguistics just goes in the trash and all the stuff that's being implied by the conversation. So I'm trying to correct the thinking that it doesn't happen like that. It's a slow process and it's relative. And I kept saying last night that it's relative. It's relative. The impact is relative. Okay? So that has to be understood. And that's what I was trying to get across. I don't know if I did a good job last night, but that's why I'm going over it today. Two languages, you gotta know the relationship between what you asked, or I think that was Unk's one, versus what you and I are talking about. Just two languages though. Two languages though.
Yeah,
remember, but two languages.
But we just agreed that those two languages alone.
No. What I'm saying,
we disagreed that those two languages alone. We disagreed that those two languages alone would reshape, right? We disagreed that.
You said we disagree or agree?
No, we disagreed that the impact would affect archaeology, human migration, and anthropology, right? It would bring about a reshaping because the body of knowledge that we have in anthropology, archaeology, and human migration would not be in line with what you're presenting. So we would have to. So it would be significant. It would be groundbreaking
for those two languages. Yes.
And that's that's basically what we were saying.
Yeah,
we can agree to that.
For the complete body of science.
Big up to Emma Cat.
But hold on, let me just say this. Just real quick, I just want to say this.
Let me get the best chat warrior on YouTube. Vicious in the chat, so
we're having two different language groups that are now related, and what we're gonna reconstruct
I'll have to pause it here. I was just now making an attempt just then to address Sosa's last statement when he said that we just agreed that the two languages would cause will have impact in archaeology and whatever. Then he doubled down and say it would be it would be a groundbreaking, et cetera, et cetera. And so what I was just now attempting to do, but Cedric interrupted me, was I was gonna also double down on my previous statement that it's relative, that it's not in a sense of a grenade launching and then it's gonna cause everything to get thrown in the trash and stuff like that. It's a very systematic thing that happens, and it happens all the time. It like we see it all the time happening. It's happening right now. And so later on, I actually try to give an example of it, but Cedric is about to interject here, so I want to address the things that he was saying.
Warrior on YouTube. Vicious in the chat, so
We're having two different language groups that are now related, and what we're going to reconstruct is the proto language group. Now, if we reconstruct a proto language group from that, what does that do to the language phylum that already exists? The two language phylums that already exist. Now, you're downplaying the implication and you're misunderstanding what is said here. That is the same if I would ask ChatGPT, what would it do to the body of science if the Earth was flat? It would give you the same type of analysis.
See, this is ignorance 101. Anytime somebody's gonna bring up flat Earth conversation in these linguistic discussions, immediately understand that person don't know what the hell they're talking about. And this is what Cedric is representing by bringing up and trying to compare flat Earth. It's a clear indication, and this is probably the moment after he talks is where I asked him, has he ever read any books on the comparative method? Because I've seen this happen before. People want to make a comparison to flat Earth or whatever the case is, and that's just out of sheer ignorance of just what comparative linguistics is, period, what it is itself, and then to make these comparisons. And it is totally not the same. It's not about asking ChatGPT about flat Earth and what the impact of a flat Earth would have on the known science of today and stuff like that. It's not the same. And that's what I'm trying to make clear, but there's a lack of comprehension going on that it doesn't happen that way. It's not like that. So y'all gonna hear me try to attempt to explain this again. I'm saying it this way because this conversation happened last night, and we've been having. I can literally show you all other video titles. I won't even play them. I could show you other video titles on the Pseudo Killers channel, the Community of Skeptics channel, on Asar Imhotep's channel, on the Sesh this channel, throughout the years where we're having these conversations and saying the same thing over and over and over again. I'm gonna let it play.
Ultimately, what it's indicating is the impossibility, the irrationality of it. If you're now going to say that we're going to have to overturn, re-examine, redefine the whole body of genetic studies, human migration, etc., when these are accepted theories in science.
So Cedric, I'm saying you're absolutely wrong. That's what I'm saying. You're everything you're saying tells me no. This is what I'm saying. It tells me that no. Listen, it doesn't affect the whole body. Like you're saying, I'm downplaying, and you're exaggerating.
Yeah, put that back up, Sosa. Because we're not exaggerating. Put that back up, Sosa.
Listen to what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, we're exaggerating.
You could listen. I'm talking to Cedric now. So Cedric, you're exaggerating. Because if you take two languages, you rightfully said if you compare language A and language B to each other, and what comes out in the wash using the correct methodology and the whole nine, that these two languages are related, which you would have also subsequently reproduced the proto language from which those two languages descend, it does not affect the entire body of genetics. It does not affect the entire body of linguistics and stuff like that. That's an exaggeration because that's been done. There's arguments right now on certain Nilo-Saharan languages if they should be kept within their subgrouping. So linguists pay attention to what I just said. There are arguments and proposals and heated debates among linguists right now in 2024 and past debates that have resulted in some of the Nilo-Saharan languages within these subgroups to be completely shifted around and moved. Okay? And I could show an example of one in a second. I could show an example where a language was moved from its subgroup and put it and made into a totally independent new subgroup, but still under the macro phylum of Nilo-Saharan. And so these things happen all the time. And this is what I was trying to express. So people got to stop exaggerating. And the only reason why exaggeration happens is when people are ignorant. They don't know because they don't read. Linguists are on the verge of moving certain languages outside of the existing group that they're under and put them into another group right now. And it doesn't affect the entire community of linguistics and stuff.
This is happening within one language family, right?
Yeah, it's right here. Amaket says, see her Wujai clearly explained that with the two languages, it affects the two languages and the proto-language, not the whole phylum.
Yeah, it will because it's going to. It will.
I have to pause it here because sometimes it be confusing between the word phyla and phylum. Phyla is plural for phylum. And so when you're saying phyla is different than your talk. So you have different groupings. So Afro-Asiatic is a macro phyla because phylum, it has a macro phylum because it's a container that holds several different subgroups of languages. Not Omatic. That's a Nilo-Saharan. But it will have Egyptian as its own group, and that's peculiar. That right there, that's a whole nother conversation. But you have Semitic, you have and I'm gonna share it. I don't want to take time to say it now, then I have to repeat it. But I'm about to share something else after this. But I'm gonna let this play. But anyway, I was just saying, phyla and phylum are talking about the same thing, but one's plural and one's not. All right, so just so y'all know.
It's going to affect Afro-Asiatic and Niger-Congo. They're going to have to explore all the other ones, Hebrew, and all the other ones that's in the Afro-Asiatic phylum, and they've had to go. Yeah, it would affect both of them.
Yeah, keep reading right there though. Hold on, keep reading right there. Hold on. You was right there. The point, and I had
that's why I wanted to walk through each one.
No, we did.
We ain't going nowhere, bro.
We ain't going nowhere. Yeah, we right here. Yeah, we definitely right here. And I want to give a quick example. So right now we understand viruses, right? So since that tool is there, understanding viruses and being able to map out the genome of viruses, if we was going to say, hey, look, I don't think humans migrated out of Africa. You wouldn't just sit there and not use viruses and understand that, because virus is one of the tools that we understand how humans got from where? From Africa to the Americas. So if that tool was available, which it is right now, and a person was making a whole brand new assertion of it, right, and not take that tool into consideration, it'd be crazy, because whatever you came up with would have to account for viruses being in America by humans.
See, Unk's explanation and his analogy, like when you make those analogy associations like that, those things reveal your understanding of the conversation or the point. So what Unk is explaining proves that he has a misunderstanding of the historical comparative linguistic method. Now, I already knew this, and I've been knowing this for years, and this is why I've been telling people to read books so that we can solve that issue. Because his comparison is not the same. That's not how the historical comparative method work, or what a linguist would do, the workflow that happens. All right, as we're gonna find out. So I'm gonna I think I'm gonna fast forward this. Let me see what else is gonna be said.
You would have to account for that. And that's all we saying right here, Wuja, that you would have to account for the different things that will literally fall apart.
So he's repeating the same issue that we said, that I said before. Once the linguistic work is done, you don't need any of that other stuff doing the work. But once the work is done and you have your data, now you take that data and you go to the other disciplines to look through those lenses to see what implications it will have. It will spur, and I'm going to use the term that ChatGPT used, it will spur or trigger new investigations. It will help the other disciplines to look in areas that may not have been looked at before. They might not have known to look in certain areas or investigate certain things. They didn't know any better. But now with this linguistic data that me as a linguist is sharing with them, now it lays a foundation for new research that they can do, or new areas that they didn't think of before. But that's a given. That's what Unc is explaining. But see, the problem here is that Unc, as he said, and I was trying to tell him this in reverse, Unc believes that you have to do that first before having the linguistic work done, because he's calling it an idea, the linguistic idea. And the way that it's being discussed further triples, quadruples down the fact that he's not familiar with the historical comparative method, why it's used, how it's used, what is its purpose, why it was developed in the first place, and things like that. Because if you know these basic things, none of this stuff would be said. Just to be plain. All right. So I'm gonna fast forward it to get to a point where I'm gonna show. I have another section, ongoing refinements. So let me try to fast forward it to that. I don't want to skip anything pertinent, but let me just fast forward to 339. It's about right here. So we're going to listen from this point forward. If I have to go back, I'll go back. But y'all can check out the whole video, because I don't want to get accused of skipping something or whatever the case is. But I'm only addressing certain points. Linguistics as a discipline is never stuck, like static. It's an ongoing discipline, right?
Yeah.
So over time, linguists are finding out new informations about these languages and their relationships and stuff like that, and they're making refinements to these links that they have. So here, what I'm doing right here in this part of the discussion is I'm stressing the ongoing refinements with language classifications. Okay, ever since the onset of Greenberg, because that's the name that you'll hear, Joseph Greenberg. You'll hear his name a lot because he's the one that's attributed to the use of these large macro language phyla. The four groupings of African languages, it comes from Greenberg, okay? And that's why his name is always mentioned. So you have Afro-Asiatic, Nilo-Saharan, Niger-Congo, and Khoisan. Okay, so I'm sure you all have heard about that before. Now, ever since Greenberg, up until today, there's always been ongoing research and investigations. There's been many, many refinements, many, many tweaks, many, many adjustments, some major and some minor. Okay, some to the point where as I said before, languages a part of a subgroup was pulled out of that subgroup to create its own subgroup. That's how impactful some studies have been, or some work has been done to make that happen. And so it's always ongoing. So this is the part of the conversation where I'm explaining that this is nothing new. and it happens all the time.
So let's look at the refinements. Let's look at some of the refinements.
Okay, so Afroasiatic,
Yeah,
it says stability and refinements. Afroasiatic family has remained relatively stable in terms of its primary branches: Berber, Chadic, Cushitic, Egyptian, Omatic, and Semitic. However, there's been considerable refinement in the understanding of the relationships among these branches, especially with advancements in historical linguistics and the discovery of new data. All right.
Okay. So let's start right there.
Okay.
I can answer that.
It has remained relatively stable in terms of primary branches: Berber, Chadic, Cushitic, Egyptian, Omatic, and Semitic.
Right. But it says there have been considerable refinements in the understanding of the relationship.
Right. These different tweaks, right? Yeah, just tweaks. Right.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but they had to have done more work in order to. I
don't think anybody's saying they ain't done more. They have done more.
Okay. Wait. All right. Now let's go to number 2. It says, now see, I didn't want to rush past that so fast. The point there is because it says stability and refinement. So Afroasiatic as a microphylum, it says that it's been relatively stable, but among that phylum, there's been refinements, and the refinements have come in the form of different understandings of the relationships between those languages that fall up under that macrophylum. Okay. And the point I was making was, in order for the refinement to happen in the first place, there had to have been doubt in the existing grouping. So they had to reevaluate and reexamine using as what's on the screen, the historical linguistics and the discovery of new data. So as these tools are being utilized and people are going back over the initial proposals done by Greenberg, they're coming up with new data that's forcing them to refine. And as I said before, the refinement and the changes can come minor or it could be major changes, okay, in the whole full spectrum. So we're going to go on to the next one in the conversation. It says Nilo-Saharan controversies and refinements. The Nilo-Saharan family remains one of the most controversial and least understood language families. While many linguists accept the general validity of the family, its internal classification has been subject to much debate. Some linguists have proposed breaking it into smaller, more defensible groups, while others have suggested that further research is needed to clarify its structure. So we could just stop at 2 right there, because this is. And I'm only bringing this up because I don't want you to leave this conversation thinking that I was minimizing anything. All I was saying was that if 2 languages are re-examined, reanalyzed, and shown to be related where once they were thought not to be related, and you're able to prove that, then these type of refinements would take place. It's not the end all be all that's going to explode the whole language discipline, linguistic discipline, and stuff like that. And so this is what I meant by it's happening even today, where people are suggesting within the Nilo-Saharan phyla, they're suggesting they're suggesting breaking them up.
Yeah, and smaller defensible groups, but not necessarily in terms of combining or correlating that to Afroasiatic.
And I never did. That's what I'm saying. Your big question. Hold up, because the question that we started off with completely tonight. You would compare the big Niger Congo and say
no, we jumped off that immediately. We jumped off that immediately though. Woo. That's not fair. We dove off that like 2 seconds into it.
But he just mentioned Afroasiatic though. So remember, it's Afroasiatic.
Afroasiatic is stable. Nilo-Saharan is considered to be breakup of smaller defensible groups. Right.
But here's the point. I don't think you're Congo. My point. Wait, hold up. My point is if they were to break it up into smaller defensible group, it's not going to explode the whole linguistic thing. They don't have to re-examine all the genetic and migratory things out of Africa.
We're talking about
that y'all just
breaking up language that already exists in the group. That's different than Chaluba and ancient. That's 2 different groups. They're talking about working within the construct of the Nilo-Saharan language family.
Yeah, that's different.
That's something totally different.
Yeah, come on. Well, we gonna catch that.
So I would
right?
never suggest that
Yeah.
tweaking something within the family would be breaking
Yeah.
the wheel. I would never do that. That wouldn't even make
That's a little
sense.
bit. So I want to upgrade everybody
Wait.
around here. Hold on, let me upgrade.
So hold up. Before Unc starts speaking, you hear what Sosa was just saying. And so again, this is part of the issue, the problem, is that the lack of understanding of how we have come to this point of even having these groups in the first place. Once people understand how these groups became the groups in and of themselves, then they will understand that if you're talking about the minor structures of within the group or whatever, or a language from one macro phylum to another macro phylum, it would not matter, because the historical comparative method is what it is. It's going to produce what it produces. It's the scientific process of showing genetic relationships between languages. And if you can show that, it doesn't matter what somebody, Tom, Dick, or Harry called or grouped languages or whatever. That's arbitrary. It's like the same thing. It doesn't care about that. It's like human beings, like, for example, we call a certain animal a lion. A lion does not care about us calling it a lion. It doesn't even, a lion is not even fazed by us using the word Leo or lion or lioness, whatever language you speak, whatever you call it. That lion does not care about that. So the data that results from utilizing the historical comparative method, that data, and you being able to prove that these two languages or two or more languages are related, it does not care about what you call it. It is what it is. And so what scientifically minded people will do, they will label it and create a label to reflect the fact that they're related. So you create a node on a tree. If you put it into a tree-like structure, like how we do family trees, then you would name the node that's above the two languages, and I could show this on the screen in a second. You would name that node something that reflects the fact that these two languages are related. But understand that that's arbitrary. It has nothing to do with the actual data itself. And so understanding how these labels came about in the first place, and how it was basically the equivalent of astrology that was used to come about with these things, everybody would understand, everybody would be relaxed. But because people don't read and don't understand historical comparative linguistics, we're always going to run into this speed bump, run into this brick wall of having these conversations. So now let's listen to what Unc said, and then I'm going to address that. I think this is his final point. He's going to share something else.
Upgrade that. You don't.
All right. Nah, that was it for me. I showed y'all how
Got you.
breaking up an existing grouping does not have an explosive.
That's not analogous to the conversation.
It does not. It does
it's
not.
not.
No, you don't understand that it is.
No, we don't.
And that's fair.
not.
That's cool.
That's
You
fair.
don't.
We don't.
And y'all, I pause it here, and y'all hear me say that I said that y'all just don't understand it's not analogous to the situation. And I said, okay, I understand, because they are not familiar with it.
We don't understand. That's fair.
Same group, bro.
You don't understand it. It's fair.
Yeah, we don't.
We find
We got it. I got it.
That's working.
Now, just to set up this next part that what Unc's about to do, you see how Unc is trying to just quickly wave it off, like, yeah, okay, we don't understand, yeah, whatever, okay, because he's trying to get to this right here, right? He's trying to get to this, and this is what he's been pulling up, and this is what happens on the live streams a lot with different people. They're busy looking at something else or looking up something and not really paying attention to what you're saying in real time, and that becomes a problem as well, and I noticed that a lot of people do that. You know, I've been on panels where I've seen it done, and I've watched videos where it's done, and I'm not even involved. But I've seen it. It happens a lot, and people got to do better. Like if you're gonna have a conversation with somebody, act like you're in person, cause it would be rude as all outdoors if you talking to somebody face to face, but they paying attention to something else. That's rude. But because of the technology and people are in the comfort of their own homes and stuff, it happens, and we gotta control that. That's bad. Can't do that. Shouldn't do that. We should be more like, act like how we are in person. For the sake of the conversation. I mean, that's just common. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but let's listen to what Unc has to present. He was dying to present this. Let's see what he's saying.
He's in the NFC East. Nothing to do with the AFC South or anything
I
like that.
I will explain it another time.
Yeah, explain. All right, where you at, Sad? Where you at, Cedric?
I'm right here.
This for Emmy Cat and everybody that's back in 1960. What does this say right here? Big up to Chilembe. Pseudo.
Okay, so notice what he said. He said this is for every cat and everybody stuck in the 1960s or back in the 1960s, and he bigs up Chilimwe for, I guess, providing this thing. But look, I want y'all to notice something right off the top. When ChatGPT don't give the results that you want, then switch to another god. So you worship one god, and that how and people do this with divination. Divination. You know how people who do divination or get readings done, or do with tarot cards or cowrie shells. All the different various forms of divination. Y'all ever know somebody or know of people that they will get a reading done, but when the reading don't come back how they want it, they'll go to somebody else, or they'll do the reading over again. That's what's happening. So you go to ChatGPT to do divination and get a reading back, and then that's not quite exactly like how you want it. So now you're gonna go to another one. You switch from tarot cards to cowrie shells now. So now the AI tool that's being used is called Perplexity. Y'all can see it on the screen, right? Perplexity is being used. All right. So, but let's just see what he say.
Kill official weighs in the conversation. Evolutionary linguistics. Can you read this, please?
Main focus: studying languages as products of nature, inherited in the biological origins and development of language. It's very small. I'm on my phone. I can't read it too well. Sorry.
Okay, I can read it.
Next point.
I got
it. You got it? Lack of imperial data in early human language evolution. No archaeological traces, unclear link between biology and specific human language structures.
Debate about the nature of
I can see it. I can see it. So I want to do. I can do it, but I can see it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, debates about the nature of the language phenomena focus on innate aspects of language. Discussions on language being crystallized or fluid. Mm-hmm. So linguists who use historical and comparative methods have increasingly adopted evolutionary and genetic approaches to study language change and the development. Some key points. Evolutionary linguistics has emerged as a field that applies concepts from biological evolution to language. This approach considers linguistics as related to evolutionary biology and psychology. Computational phylogenetic methods similar to those used in biology are now being applied to estimate language divergence dates and trace linguistic lineages. This allows linguists to integrate linguistic data with archaeological and genetic evidence. So concepts from population genetics like drift and selection are being used to model how languages change over time. For example, linguistic drift can lead to certain words going extinct in a population, similar to genetic drift. So some linguists argue that languages can be analogized in biological species, with language speciation and death comparable to biological speciation and extinction. The population genetics way of studying language evolution focuses on how individual speakers' communicative acts cumulatively affect language change, similar to how individual organisms affect species evolution. However, there are still debates about the extent to which biological evolution models can be applied to language. Some linguists argue languages have unique properties that require modified approaches beyond direct biological analogies. Overall, evolutionary and genetic concepts are increasingly influential but not universally adopted in historical linguistics.
So there we go. And so that is where they're moving towards these days. And I think it's important to bring it out because I talked about like it just didn't make no sense to have something laying over there and not use it. Wouldn't make sense to do that in 2024. So we use all available tools, all available data. I think we had a good conversation, man.
So I want to pause it right there, right? So that pretty much ended, and that was like the cap on the conversation with the sharing of that information. So right there, is doubling, tripling, quadrupling, quintupling down on the lack of understanding of the historical comparative linguistic method. So, and this is why I said earlier to when he kept saying it, I said, I do not disagree with you, but it's in reverse. Because what is saying is the same thing that we already read in ChatGPT and the same thing that we've already said over and over and over again, is that you utilize the other disciplines to inform you on the larger comprehensive picture of human history. That's a given. That's all that is saying in a nutshell. That's being done. There's no pushback. That's fine. The problem and the lack of understanding and where the ignorance kicks in because people don't read is because to do historical comparative linguistics is independent. That work is independent of the others. You take the results of your independent work, then you go and go through the other disciplines and analyze and see what implications it could have and impacts it can have on the other disciplines and its data. But you don't need to use and don't even need to know that data to perform the historical comparative linguistic analysis on two languages and its purpose. Remember, the historical comparative linguistic method is the method in order to determine genetic relationships between languages and to construct or reconstruct a pre-dialectical proto-language of any proven sibling languages. That's the main goal of the historical comparative method. It has nothing to do with biological genetics or biogenetics at all. You don't need to know any of that. You don't have to use any of that data whatsoever. And the last thing that shared is confusing evolutionary linguistics with the historical comparative linguistic method and its purposes. So the guy Chilumbwe did them a disservice and shared that or wherever to act like that was part of the conversation. And that crept in because people don't know know enough information and refuse to read. So I'm going to stop sharing that and I'll come back to it if I need to. But I'm going to come back to here. So what I did to I guess round this up is that I asked ChatGPT because see ChatGPT is the new savior for people who refuse to read and actually put in that sweat equity. And again, somebody gonna take that and pretend I'm saying that you got to read a 700 page, 900 page, 1,000 page encyclopedia or go get a degree before I can understand X, Y, and Z. Nah, see, all that kind of talk is just some talk to really just excuse themselves out of it. And we all got friends like that do that. All right, always exaggerating stuff instead of just knuckling down and just doing the daggone thing. But here's the question here. So I'm gonna share this, and I hope you all can see this on the screen. Is it big enough? Yeah, y'all could. It's big enough. So here's ChatGPT, okay, and y'all can see the question that I asked. So this is the beginning. The first question is, or request, provide a list of African language phyla, okay, which is plural for phylum, and it says. The ChatGPT responds and says, African languages are categorized into several major phyla, each comprising numerous languages and dialects. Here's a list of the primary African language phyla. Number 1 is Afro-Asiatic. This phylum includes language. Notice it said phylum. Afro-Asiatic is a phylum. This phylum includes languages spoken primarily in North Africa, the Horn of Africa, and parts of the Sahel. It comprises several branches. So now it's talking about the branches within the phylum. So you have the Berber branch, the Chadic branch, the Cushitic branch, the Egyptian branch, the Omatic branch, Semitic branch. All right, keep on going. Number 2. Niger Congo. This is the largest phylum in Africa, covering a vast area south of the Sahara. It includes Atlantic Congo, including the Bantu languages, Mande, Kordofanian, Ijoid or Lijoid, Dogon, Adamawa, Gur, Kwa, and Kru. Next, Nilo-Saharan. This phylum includes languages spoken in parts of the Sahara, the Nile Valley, and the surrounding regions. It encompasses Saharan, Songhai, Maban, Fur, Central Sudanic, Eastern Sudanic, including Nilotic languages, Kunama, Berda, Surmic, Kadu, or Kadu. And last one, Khoisan. This phylum covers languages spoken primarily in southern Africa and is characterized by click consonants. It includes Ko-Kwadi, Tu, and Ka. And I'm sure there's a click sound in pronouncing that. So these are the existing, known African language phyla. All right. And it says these phyla represent the major language families and groups in Africa, each containing numerous languages and dialects spoken across the continent. All right, so y'all got that? So now, I asked that question just to lay a foundation of the language phyla, to paint a picture of the language phyla, these groupings, okay? And now the next question that was asked. Excuse me. Have there been any changes in the grouping of African languages from Greenberg's proposal to today? Now, the backstory on that is, as I said before, Greenberg is the person who initially proposed these different phyla. All right? And we're going to go back to that. I'm going to come back to that. But here's the answer ChatGPT gave. It says, yes, there have been significant changes and developments in the classification of African languages since Joseph Greenberg's influential proposals in the 1960s. Greenberg's classifications was groundbreaking, but subsequent linguistic research has led to refinements and adjustments. Here are some key changes and updates. With Afro-Asiatic, it says Greenberg's classification of Afro-Asiatic, originally called Hamido-Semitic, is largely accepted, but the internal classification has seen some refinements, particularly concerning the Omatic branch, which was previously grouped under Cushitic. So the Omotic branch was once under the existing Cushitic branch, but based on new research or new applications of more advanced methods, what was once under the Cushitic branch has now been taken out and formed its own branch called Omotic. All right. So that's a change. Niger-Congo. Niger-Congo family, as proposed by Greenberg, remains one of the largest language families. However, the internal structure has been refined with better understandings of subgroupings such as Atlantic Congo, Volta Congo, and the exact positioning of certain languages and subgroups. Nilo-Saharan. This phylum has been subject of much debate. Some linguists question its validity as a genetic unit and propose it might be a grouping of convenience rather than a true family. Recent research has focused on refining and even dismantling parts of this phylum. So now, again, the reason why I'm asking these questions of ChatGPT and I'm using ChatGPT is because certain people look up to ChatGPT and refuse to learn these things on their own and be able to discern and know enough to how to interpret the information that ChatGPT can potentially give. So here we see that Nilo-Saharan is the most controversial phylum, and there's a lot of disagreements with the languages that are part of this phylum, and to the point where it says that some people are suggesting to dismantle part of it, and so on and so forth. And if that happens, obviously they're going to have to rework the structure and the labeling of the different nodes within these various different language phyla across the board. Okay? Because it may affect the next branch in the tree structure. And lastly, Khoisan. Greenberg's Khoisan grouping has been heavily criticized. Modern linguists tend to treat the languages Greenberg grouped under Khoisan as several distinct language families, primarily because they are united more by typological features than by genetic relationship. Current classifications usually recognize at least 3 separate families, Khoikwadi, Tu, and Ka. So it's saying that even the linguists understand that with Khoisan, that it's a typological grouping and not a genetic unit, not based on the genetic relationships. And by genetic, I do not mean biogenetics. All right. So that is just giving an insight on the fluctuations with these known groupings. And so here is the last question. And this is important. And I hope that everybody is definitely paying attention to this one. The question I asked is, in order to conduct the historical comparative linguistic method when comparing 2 or more languages, does one need to know or use any biogenetic data? And ChatGPT, the God, says no. The historical comparative linguistic methods does not require the use of biogenetic data. This method is a purely linguistic approach that focuses on comparing languages to identify common features, reconstruct proto-languages, and trace the historical development and relationships between languages. Here are the key steps and principles involved in the historical comparative linguistic method. And then it talks about the key points of the process, the workflow. You have to identify cognates. And in none of these workflow do you use biogenetic data. You don't need to know genotype, phenotype, haplotype, haplogroup, where people are, none of that at all to do that. And that's the point that I was making the entire conversation. As y'all can see, I'm interjecting that throughout the whole conversation, is that no, you don't need that. You don't need that. Okay? And so this goes on to identify the key points. So to quickly go over these, you identify cognates. Linguists identify cognates, which are words in different languages that have a common ancestral form. For example, the English word father and the German word Vater are cognates. And that's a whole process. 2, regular sound correspondences. By analyzing cognates, linguists establish regular, and the key word is regular, sound correspondences between languages. This helps in understanding how sounds have changed over time. 3, reconstruction of proto-languages. Using the established sound correspondences, linguists reconstruct the phonology, morphology, and lexicon of proto-languages, the hypothetical ancestor language. 4, internal reconstruction. Linguists also use internal reconstruction to identify changes within a single language by comparing its various historical stages or dialects. 5, comparative grammar. The method involves comparing grammatical structures, including syntax, morphology, and phonology, to find shared features and divergences. So far out of these 5 steps, you don't see anything about genetics, nothing about migrations, nothing about any genetic data at all. Okay? 6, etymology. Etymological research traces the history of individual words, their origins, and how their forms and meanings have changed over time. And it says, conclusion, it says, while the historical comparative method itself does not require biogenetic data, such data can provide supplementary insights, particularly in interdisciplinary studies involving genetics, archaeology, and anthropology. That's the same thing that was said during that conversation that Sosa presented. So again, and this is what I was emphasizing the whole conversation, that it's the other. This is what I was telling Unc. It's the other way around. I don't need to know that stuff to perform the historical comparative method, but I can take what I produced from the historical comparative method and then walk through the other disciplines and walk to them and look through things through those lenses. And the impacts it would have are exciting. The implications it could have are exciting because it may show the other disciplines that you have to look in different spots. You may have to reanalyze this. You may have to rethink and reorganize what we think we already know. It happens all the time. That is science. That is science. You don't go perform your work trying to make it fit something else. That's not how you do it. That's not how you do that. All right? So, and to keep on going, it says biogenetic data can offer additional evidence about human migrations, population interactions, and contacts, which can help corroborate linguistic findings about language spread and development. However, for the core linguistic analysis and reconstruction work, biogenetic data is not necessary. I'm going to repeat that last sentence. However, for the core linguistic analysis, which is what the historical comparative method is doing, and the reconstruction work, biogenetic data is not necessary. You need zilch, nothing. None of that. But the overlapping or these separate disciplines can help inform one another. So population genetics and the results from the historical comparative method can be compared to one another, But I don't need population genetics in order to do the comparative method. So we have to stop allowing ignorant people who don't read to become gatekeepers on doing what can and cannot be done. And I'm going to emphasize that. People have to stop allowing people who are ignorant and incompetent in certain areas to fake the funk and act like they are and try to be gatekeepers on what can and cannot be done, or to even offer an opinion about what can and cannot be done. Everybody is free to give their opinions, but the value given to that opinion needs to be put in check. Don't come to me and you haven't read a single book on the historical comparative method and try to talk to me about a scientific hypothesis, Cedric, and not know how the historical comparative method work and be loud and wrong. And that's okay, because we can all be wrong at times. But the point is, can you be corrected? Can you then take what's being said and learn from it and slow your roll and take the advice and pick up a book and read a little bit first, then come back to the table and have a better conversation? That's what needs to happen. And y'all are hearing the frustration in my voice because this has been going on for 6 to 8 years. New people come into the fold and in these conversations and act like they all that. Act like they know what they're talking about when they don't. That's what has to stop. We got to stop faking it around here. Stay in your lane when it comes to arguing. Get out of your lane when it comes to learning. Expand your knowledge. So get out of your comfort zone when you're in learning mode, because you want to learn new things, new studies, new frontiers. That's true. But when it comes time to argue, fuss and fight, stay in your lane. Don't argue, fuss, and fight about something you don't know, that you haven't even picked up a single book about it, and try to argue with somebody. That's the most retarded thing that people could do. And people got to stop that and stop allowing it to happen. I don't care who the person is. I don't care what titles they have. They could be experts in other fields. They could have 20 PhDs in another field. But on a specific topic, if you are not competent in there, then shut up. That's the bottom line. Shut up. Just be quiet. Don't talk until you can improve the silence. That's the saying. Don't speak until you can improve the silence. And we have to start enforcing these principles. These are some basic principles. People need some home training around here. And that's the thing. We got to stop allowing it to happen. Just stop it. People using specific terminology that sound all heavy and deep and don't know diddly squat about what they're talking about. And we got to change that. We have to do better. We have to do better. I took almost a 2-year hiatus and I come back to the same BS. The same BS. I had high hopes for these conversations. And I come back and I'm very disappointed, especially when the same people talking the same BS. And in the meantime, ain't read a book. How you going to talk about Asari Motep's work and ain't never read it? That's crazy. Never read it. If anybody, like for example, if anybody picks up Asari Motep's book, Aluja Volume 2, he has a whole chapter explaining, and it's a bunch of citations. It's not even Asari Motep saying these things. There's a whole chapter on the problems with Joseph Greenberg's classification, according to various different linguists. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show y'all something. So let's break a few things down, and I'm gonna post the link, the panel link, because I'm two hours in, so I might as well make it long. I wasn't trying to make this long, but I know if I open the panel, people got a lot to say, and I ain't even paying attention to the chat just yet. I'm just rambling right now. Okay, y'all got to feel my pain on this, because this is some silly. At this point, it's really gotten silly. It's really, really silly on this. So I'm just gonna share a few things, right? Y'all remember what I just last said? That, for example, a Sahimo textbook, Alluja Volume 2, I forgot the year that it's put out. I think it was 2017, 18, maybe. If he's in the chat, if he's there, I'm sure he could correct. But he has a whole chapter dedicated to the problems of Greenberg's classifications, according to several different linguists. Now, when we say linguists, you got to understand, linguistics has many sub-disciplines. So just because you're a linguist doesn't mean that you are a historical comparatist, that you deal with historical comparative linguistics. There's computational linguistics, psycholinguistics, cognitive linguistics. There's different specialties and branches of linguistics. All right. So just because somebody is a linguist or claims to be or is seen as doesn't mean that they know all the stuff about all the other areas of linguistics, all the areas. Okay. So let's just put that on the table. All right. And it goes for any other field. Just because somebody's an anthropologist doesn't mean that they specialize in everything else within anthropology. Okay. So comparative linguistics. Comparative linguistics is the scientific study of language from a comparative point of view, which means that it is involved in comparing and classifying languages. To compare languages is to discover the features they share, while the classification of languages proceeds by discovering the relevant defining principles for various classes of languages. So now, three things that everybody needs to understand. You have what's called genetic relationships, you have typological relationships, and you have areal relationships. What are they? This was on the screen. Genetic relationships. The basic unit of genetic classification is the language family, the set of languages for which can be proved that they developed from a single ancestor called a proto-language of that family. Typological. The basic unit of typological classification is the language type. That's why they call it typological. It's based on the language type, not the genetic aspect, typological, which refers to the set of languages that share some typologically relevant set of features. It is this middle one that Greenberg was stuck in using the mass comparative method. Okay, so from the onset of these language groupings, it was not based on lingogenetic, because I don't want anybody to get confused with biogenetic, with human DNA and stuff. So I'm going to say lingogenetic. So it's not based on lingogenetic information. It was based on typological features. So at the very beginning of these classifications, it started off on the wrong footing. If you're claiming genetic relationships, as long as you understand it to be typological, you're good to go. And I've been saying this since forever. Third one, areal. The basic unit of areal classification is the language area, Sprachbund. It denotes the set of languages for which it can be shown that they developed a number of features as a consequence of mutual contacts. So that's areal classification, typological classification, and then genetic classification. These are three different types of classifications. Greenberg's classification falls in the middle. If you understand that, then you have no problem with Greenberg's classifications. When you say Niger Congo, when you say Nilo-Saharan, if you understand that to be a topological entity, then it's perfectly fine. That's why it's still used. The moment you say the Nilo-Saharan was grouped based on genetic work, now you're lying. Now you're lying. And I'm going to show you demonstration of that. Historical linguistics. Historical linguistics is the historical study of language change and development. Its results are directly relevant to comparative linguistics because only by taking into account the history of languages can we understand why some of them share some of the features they do. Now, to break down all three again, language change and development can be for one of the three following reasons. One, because they stem from some common source, in which case we speak about genetic, and I got it bolded, genetic relatedness of languages. Two, because their failure to share the features in question would violate some basic and non-obvious principles determining the structure of a possible human language. In that case, we claim that the languages are typologically related or that they belong to the same linguistic type. Three, because they influence each other during periods of intensive language contact, in which case we speak of areal affiliation of languages. So now let's get to the experts. Oh my. Let's see what they say about what I'm saying. Now, mind you, everything I'm showing y'all and everything I'm saying, I've said about 50 million times over the last 8 years. And this is the thing. Let me put this disclaimer out there. Historical comparative linguistics is not my thing. It is not my focus. That is not what I do on a regular at all. That is what Asar Imhotep does on a regular. That's a focus of his, a major focus. And he uses the historical comparative method as a tool when studying the larger picture of Africology or human history or African history. Okay, so I want everybody to understand that historical comparative linguistics is not my area of focus. But if you ever listen to me talk about it, you will definitely be able to detect that if I'm going to talk about it, I am competent enough in the fundamentals of it, although I don't utilize it and focus on it on a day-to-day thing as a tool. I know enough and am competent enough to speak on it and to point things and to discern things that I'm doing, that I've been doing for over 8 years on that particular topic. So here is a quote from page 22 of Dimmendahl's book, Historical Linguistics and the Comparative Study of African Languages. And I'm going to read it. The standard classifications of African languages as proposed by Greenberg in 1963 is based not on the comparative method, but on mass comparison, a method further discussed in chapters 3 and 14. He's talking about 3 and 14 of this particular book. But the emphasis here is not on the comparative method. According to Greenberg, the languages spoken on the African continent can be grouped into 4 phyla. Considerable work using the historical comparative method, however, has been carried out on smaller units, all of which were assumed by Greenberg to be part of the 4 hypothesized language phyla. So when you hear people say that further work has been done or the comparative method has been done on Greenberg's classification, no, that shows they don't understand that it clearly says that the historical comparative method has been used on smaller units. And if you understand the process, you'll know how that's just like, okay, duh. You're taking independent languages and comparing them, and then reconstructing the pre-dialectical proto language of that to prove genetic relationships of much smaller units than what Greenberg did. Okay, that's what this is saying. It goes on to say that these later groups, rather than the larger phyla proposed by Greenberg, play a central role in the following chapters of this particular book. For ease of reference, these are listed in Appendix 1, together with a range of linguistic isolates. We will begin by addressing the question of why some sound changes are more common than others. So this is going through teaching people the historical comparative method. Okay, but the emphasis here is that the groupings that everybody famously knows was not put together in the first place based on the comparative method, which deals with lingogenetic relationships. Okay, let's go further down in the book. Same book, Demendal's book. Chapter 3, Mass Comparison. Mass comparison or multilateral comparison was already applied by Coel in 1854, as we saw in Chapter 1. But within an African context, it is best known through the scholarly work of one of the most prolific Africanists and linguists of the 20th century, the late Joseph H. Greenberg. In a series of articles on the genetic classification of African languages published between 1949 and 1954 in the Southwestern Journal of Anthropology and reprinted in book form in 1955, Greenberg divided the languages spoken on the African continent into 16 distinct groups, excluding Malagasy, spoken in Madagascar, which belongs to the Austronesian family. So these are the 16, and I'm not going to read them. You all can see them. All right. Mass comparison was a method for discovering valid relationships. That is, a discovery procedure, and that's important to understand. A discovery procedure, especially intended to probe remote relationships. It was never meant to be a formal method for providing proof. And that's coming from Greenberg himself in an interview with Paul Newman, and this is the citation for that. So it's in quotes. It was especially intended to probe remote relationships. It was never meant to be a formal method for providing proof. Let's jump out of that book and go to another book. Handbook of Comparative and Historical Indo-European Linguistics. Talking about the comparative method in African languages in this specific part. Background. In the study of African languages, historical linguistics played a most important role already before African linguistics became established as a discipline in its own right. An endless number of studies on language relationship and language classification have since been published, and several attempts were made at reconstructing the history of African language phyla and families. Until the mid-20th century, however, by far the majority of such contributions were based on mixed criteria: economic, cultural, physical, anthropological, and linguistic. But even if purely linguistic criteria were applied, no dividing line was drawn as a rule between genetic and typological criteria. This situation changed with the publication of a series of articles by Joseph Greenberg on African linguistic classifications, a revised version of which appeared later in his monograph entitled The Languages of Africa in 1963. In this famous book, the author provided a complete, and he put in quote, a complete genetic classification that distinguishes 4 genetic phyla, each containing a number of families and subfamilies. Now, mind you, the reason why I'm emphasizing this is because Greenberg in 1963 argued for genetic classifications when they weren't. And this has been criticized ever since 1963. Every historical comparative linguist criticized this and argued this constantly. It says that distinguishes 4 genetic phyla, each containing a number of family and subfamilies. It is this taxonomy that in subsequent years was used most frequently by other scholars as a point of departure for new attempts at classifying African language groups. However, although Greenberg made exclusive use of, and in quote, genetic linguistic criteria, and in spite of enormous impact of his investigation on follow-up studies, his classification was not based on the comparative method, but on an approach that Greenberg himself called mass comparison, and that other scholars referred to as the method of resemblances. For a harsh critique of that method, see Fodor, 1982. In fact, systematic application of the comparative method has been relatively rare to this day in African linguistics. As will be shown in this section, for reasons of the economy, the discussion will largely be restricted to some general problems inherent in the employment of the comparative method in the African context. So this is talking about, this is further showing that the family and the groupings from the onset were not done based on the scientific method to make such determinations. And just so you all get an idea, now mind you, I went over this many times before, and even from Lyle, this is from Lyle Campbell, but here's a book that I recommend that you all get if you're interested. Get this 4th edition by Lyle Campbell, called Historical Linguistics and Introduction. I put the Amazon info right there. It's only $32. Get it. Get this book before you open your mouth and talk about historical comparative linguistics in the future. All right. Before then, just table it and have conversations about other things. All right. Get this book before opening your mouth. But what I was going to say about this right here is that what people need to understand is that with Greenberg's classification, which people still parrot today, not understanding that it's a typological classification and not a genetic one, they don't understand what that means. And it's comparable. It's like this. So the example I always use is this picture here, where you have 2 groups of people. Okay. Now let's pretend that these 2 groups of people, now I'm just using this as an analogy to quickly explain this, and I've done this many times, that group A over here is language A, and this second group over here is language B. Or no, let's just say, because that would be too much for me to explain. Let's just look at these 2 pictures. What do you see in common within these 2 pictures? You see the colored shirts, the same shirts. So everybody on the right-hand side has the same color shirt on. It's red. And the shirt says the same thing. It's almost like how you see at a family reunion or some event where everybody bought the same shirt, right? So all these people over here are wearing red shirts, and they say the same thing on the shirt. Likewise, over here on the left-hand side, all these kids right here are wearing green, lime green shirts, green shirts. Okay. Now, if I make the claim and say that all these individual children are the same, I can only make that statement and be true if I'm talking about sameness in terms of their shirts, which is a surface feature that we could see on the surface. Okay, this is a surface feature. All of them are wearing the same shirts, therefore I'm grouping them together. So that's that. Likewise with the red side. These people are the same only in the sense that they're all wearing the same red shirt. If I make those two claims and have a conversation about that, there is absolutely no problem, no hiccups, no brick walls to run into, nothing. Everything is peachy glory, right? Now, the moment that I take this green side with these children, the moment I overstep that and now I say that these individual children are biologically related, that these children are related, they're blood related because they have on the green shirts, now I'm lying. Now I am telling a falsehood, a false claim, not true claim. However you want to word it, it's just not true. These children are not blood related. Now, the only way I can detect if they are or not is I have to use a specific scientific method to make that determination. That means I would have to get a hold of their DNA. I would have to compare the DNA of each child with one another to determine if they're biologically related to each other. But surface wise, they are related because they all have the same green shirt on. So shirt wise, shirt being the criteria, then they are related. But biologically, they're not related. They're not siblings. They're not related at all. They're not blood. There are no blood relations among these children. Likewise with the people in the red. These people in the red, the only way I would be able to detect if they're genetically related or blood related is I would have to get a hold of their DNA and analyze their DNA and compare their DNA. So what does all this mean? This is what happened. This is what we're dealing with when we're talking about the African language phyla, the 4 major phyla. So in my analogy, the scientific method to use to determine relationships between these children or these adults on the right is what? Biogenetics. I would have to sequence everybody's genes and then compare them. That's the appropriate method to make that determination. Well, guess what? In linguistics, the method to tell if 2 or more languages are related is what? The historical comparative method. And if you don't use it, then you can't tell what's genetically related or not linguistically. Likewise with humans. I can't if I don't get their DNA, I can't scientifically tell if these children are related or not. That's the only way I can. So if I don't use it, then I can't argue. I can't make the claim that they are. I can't argue these children related if I didn't use the appropriate tool to make that determination. Same thing with languages. You can't make the claim that they're genetically related until you use the tools to make that determination. And in language, hopefully y'all understand by now, is within languages, I do not need any biogenetic data, period. So I hope everybody understands that. All right. Now, not to long this out, I could go back and show y'all. Matter of fact, I'm going to show y'all this one. And this is going to be the last thing I want to show before I open the panel up. I'm sure people got a lot to say. Maybe. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, so I'm going to let this play out, and y'all are going to hear this right here. I got to stop sharing and share this. Okay, so remember I said it's been 8 years since we've been talking about all this kind of stuff. So now you're going to see this one right here, right? This is a video from the Community of Skeptics 2 years ago. This was done on May 25th, 2022. It's a video called "Women in the Conscious Community Should Be Protected / Joseph Greenberg and the Misuse of His Name." All right. So I just got it timestamped at this point right here, where I'm showing a page out of Lyle Campbell's book that I recommended y'all to get. One of his books. And so you're going to see or listen and hear me say the same things I'm saying now. This is 2 years ago. And I don't even know, I forgot what was going to be said, but I'm going to let it play.
Mainstream academia, it's established. They didn't
But
whoa.
it's not established. Wait.
Nope. I can't let you do it. Nope. Now, you know why I can't let you do it? Because Ngozi just made a perfect point that you keep trying to argue against and you refuse to hear what it is. You confusing people. He said that Charles Darwin, one, never found no fossils, and two, right, didn't know nothing about genetics. Okay. Based off the way you keep saying it, because Charles Darwin never had that, that people later on with genetics couldn't go back and say, yeah, that's right.
I'm not saying that at all.
No, we're saying that people went back and said, yes, this is still applicable. That Afro-Asiatic is still there. It's
okay,
still
do this.
solid.
Okay, do this for me.
No. Do you get my point? What I'm saying, though?
Yes, sir. Now do this for me.
And it's obvious because they keep saying it.
No, you have to do something for me.
No, you keep ignoring that with the flam band.
Listen, I am not ignoring you.
Yeah, bro.
I can repeat it to you. You're saying no. Listen. I'm gonna tell you what you're saying.
Why,
I'm gonna tell you what you're saying. I said this already. You can rewind the tape. I said this. This probably my 5th time saying this to you. Is that the reason? There's nothing wrong. Asiatic is a label for a grouping of languages. Okay, it's just a label for a grouping of languages. Those groups, in order for them to be included in the groups versus ones that are not included in the groups, the method for that making that determination was not the historical comparative method. So I'm gonna pause that there. Y'all heard me what I just said 2 years ago, and I just showed y'all that from the 3 shares that I just did of those 3 quotes out of those books I just shared, where it says that the comparative method was not used to come up with those African language phyla, okay? The various different phylums or phyla, all right? So this is what I'm trying to explain. This is 2 years ago. Now, I can go all the way back to 8 years, but this is just a 2-year video I just found real quick just to share with y'all. So I'm going to let this play a little bit longer. And you'll see me keep repeating. Y'all gonna hear why I'm frustrated. Why you hear the frustration in my voice, because it's the same stuff over and over again. People just fail to pay attention or to actually read. So the Afro-Asiatic language superphyla is nothing wrong with it for what it is. What we can't do is say Afro-Asiatic language phyla is a genetically established family of languages. That's what we cannot say. So yes, scholars still use Afro-Asiatic. It's in a lot of different textbooks to this very day. But what you don't see is them saying that it's a genetic family of languages. You will not see that. And if you do, because I'm showing you right here. I showed you on the screen right here, and I don't know why y'all can't get this. Y'all get caught up on the man's name, but let's erase his name off. I wish I could scroll up and just move his name off the screen. So the method that was used to establish your Afro-Asiatic language phyla was not the method to make a determination on genetic linguistics.
But you said that for all language phylums, though. You just said that none of them have reached that level of genetic relationship to the historical comparative method. So you don't accept none of them.
And so let me name them. I'm talking about the ones for Africa. And I said earlier in this conversation, I said the linguist focused on Indo-European languages, right. and they put a lot of rigor into that. So they did apply the historical comparative method to Indo-European languages, but they did not do that to African languages. Show me that in any book that you can muster up tonight or at any point in time. Because linguists in textbooks to this very day, you could buy textbooks right now.
What's going on with Afroasiatic? They went again. Greenberg didn't do the like what you speak of when he first established it, the genetic comparative method. But further linguists are doing that, like Roger Blanch, Christopher Ehret. They're adding on, and other people are adding on, and they're doing the comparative methods and the genetic comparative. Like when you look at a lot of those words or different things, it's just not about words with linguists. I mean, I understand you understand the rules of linguistics better than everybody on the phone because you study the rules of it. It's not just words. But what I'm saying is that people went further to add on the comparative method of what's going on, to show and prove what they know as Afroasiatic.
They're not successful. They're not successful in proving.
Hold on. Let me just say this. But what's happening now, though, is that a lot of the language families, or a lot of the languages that they said was part of certain language families, it's being reconstructed. Like, for example, they're possibly separating the Mindi languages from Niger Congo. They're possibly because of the noun usage. So they're saying now possibly that the Mindi languages is something that's in kinship to Niger Congo, and it's not really Niger Congo. It's probably something that's split somewhere. So so a lot of the languages are being.
Okay, so I'm pausing here because during that conversation, I think Ngozi lost a signal or whatever. But I want y'all to know that what Ngozi is saying right there 2 years ago is exactly what what we were reading a little earlier when these structures and groupings are being adjusted. These adjustments are being made where languages are being taken out of a subgroup and creating a subgroup in and unto themselves. They're becoming a separate subgroup. And so the only way that's happening is because the historical comparative method is now being attempted to be the tool used to reanalyze these African languages. So this is an ongoing thing in linguistics, in African linguistics. And the reason why it has to be done is because the original proposals, hypothetical proposals, were never done correctly in order to determine genetic relationships. And that's the whole thing that people who don't study this type of linguistics will understand. And the people are puzzled. Well, if that's the case, then why are we still saying Afroasiatic? Why are we still saying Niger Congo and Nilo-Saharan and stuff like that? They will ask that question because they don't understand what those groupings actually represent. And they think it represents one thing when it actually represents something else. But now smaller studies and smaller groupings are being carried out and determined, and tweaks are being made. So it's coming from the bottom up for individual languages and things like that. And this is an ongoing thing. So this is something that people got to understand that's taking place. But let me just see what else is said. Oh, was that me?
No, that's him. He broke up.
I had a call. Could you guys hear me? I'm sorry, I had a call. Yeah. But they're not throwing out the language family or the nomenclatures that they use for the language. They're not throwing it out. You get what I'm trying to say, Ruja?
Yeah, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with everything you're saying, and so I want to make my point clear because, I mean, I don't know how else to make it clear, is that Afro-Asiatic and the others, like we're focusing on that, but Niger, Congo, all of them in Africa. When it comes to Africa, phylers, right? None of them were established from the get-go based on the proper method by Greenberg and those people who are attempting to do it now. Nobody has been successful at establishing those same phyla that Greenberg established that we know and can ramble off at the top of our head. None of those were established through the proper method, and those who try to apply the proper method to them, they're running into stumbling blocks. That's why to this very day, they're not successful at confirming the genetic relationships of those same phylas.
So you
So I'll pause here. Notice what I said. I said that using historical comparative linguistic method, which is the method par excellence, to determine genetic relationship of languages, they are not able to confirm Greenberg's proposals as proposed, which are the four major language phyla that you find on the continent of Africa, as proposed by Greenberg. They have not been able to do that to this very day. Instead, what's going on is individual languages within subgroups are being reanalyzed and studied and worked on to see those relationships. And so only certain languages have been worked on and stuff like that. And even with that little bit of work, relatively little bit of work compared to all of everything on the continent of Africa, just with that relatively small amount of work, they're already forced to make adjustments and make tweaks and things like that. And refinements, as ChatGPT, the God, says. These refinements and things like that. That's already taking place, and they're working on very small groupings. But these larger macro phyla that we name, they're not proven utilizing the historical comparative method. So that's the difference. That's what people have to understand. But yet, those phyla are still named. People talk about them. You can find them in textbooks and everything because people who use them understand what they actually represent.
All right, so the other day you was on a Zoom. Y'all had did a show.
All right, so I'm not gonna replay this whole thing. I just want y'all to just to hear it being talked about back then. So let me stop sharing that. I come back to it if necessary. So I can stop sharing that. So again, I'm gonna give a quick summary. Let me put this link up there because I know people gonna want to come on the panel. But I want to summarize this again. For those who are tuning in, right? Here's the problem. The ultimate problem is a lack of reading and studying. That's the ultimate problem, because of the lack of reading and studying on the subject of historical comparative linguistics, when the topic comes up, and mind you, yesterday in conversation, I didn't bring it up. And in the conversation before that, I didn't bring it up. It's always somebody else bringing it up who don't study it. And for the life of me, that is crazy to me. That's just very weird. It's very weird. Like, you don't see me bringing up, I can't even name, like, y'all don't see me bringing up auto repair shop mechanics and stuff like that. That's not something that I'm versed in. I'm not going to bring it up. I'm not going to argue about stuff like that or whatever. You know, I'm not going to argue about the intricacies of brain surgery or something like that. Like, I'm not, I know enough to know I don't know enough to try to argue about stuff like that. I wouldn't bring it up out the blue. But these conversations come up. I don't know why. That's weird to me. Maybe somebody else could figure that out. But that's the ultimate problem. The ultimate problem is because people refuse to read and study. Again, people refuse to read and study. And with that, and I got to say this every time I say that, it doesn't mean you have to get a degree. It doesn't mean you have to spend $1,000 for courses either. If you're interested and if you want to know, you'll do what it takes to familiarize yourself with the topic. You'll read and study something, the intro books, the introductory books, the fundamental books, something. but you wouldn't jump out the window and start arguing. That's what you don't do. You shouldn't do. All right, so let me post this link up here, and the panel is open and welcome. Let me just see, make sure that, because I had to leave and come back and make sure I didn't miss anything. Give me 1 second here. All right, I only want to play this section right here because I made mention of it. I want to play one last little clip because I made mention of it. And this is what happens all the time. And this is from the conversation last night. So I think I skipped over this clip. And I want to play this. And y'all just listen.
And I just don't agree with you, Wu-Jai. You don't have to keep telling me.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying.
I'm going to keep repeating it because I understand what's going on.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to ask you then. For clarification. So you're saying, so what am I saying? What do you think I'm claiming when it comes to that? Why you're saying what you're saying? What do you think I'm claiming for you to say?
You're saying that just be a linguist, that's the only thing you got to do. I'm saying that was back in the days. And I'm saying now there are more available tools that help explain why Afro-Asiatic is Afro-Asiatic and why Nilo-Saharan is Nilo-Saharan. And so you have to take all those tools into consideration.
All right, so
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, pause.
Am I wrong?
No, you're wrong you're mischaracterizing what I said. Nowhere did I say what you just said. No, notice that what I said. I said,
I can explain it to you. What you said was,
I just gave you the opportunity. No, listen, I just gave you the opportunity and you butchered what I said.
I didn't butcher it. You said you could just be a linguist and you wouldn't have to do nothing else and take nothing into consideration.
That's not what I said. What I said was, you see, that's proof that speaks to comprehension, because I didn't say what he just said, but that's his understanding of what I said. Man, I didn't say that at all. And I'm going to repeat it here on here. You're going to hear that. You don't have to know about the genetic information to do the comparison. And you see that? You see what I just said? I said you don't have to have the genetic information to do the comparison. And that's what we read earlier. Historical comparative linguistics is independent of that. You performing the comparisons between two or more languages to determine their relationships, you do not need the biogenetic data. Nothing in biology, nothing in genetics. Combined biogenetic. You don't need any of that information to do the work. That's what I kept saying. And because it's not understood, because people refuse to read. What I did say is, listen.
I'm saying you would have to know it. That's not what we're saying.
But that's all I said. So if you're not saying it, but that's what I actually said, then you should not have no beef with what I'm saying.
So then why would you? If that's the point, why would you say that then, Muja?
Because somebody.
Why are you saying that then?
Because of what you're reading, you were saying that it would, not you, but based on your interpretation of what you all are reading, you're saying that it sounded like you were saying that a person would have to tackle these two comparisons being biased already by the genetic data of migrations and stuff like that. No, that's an independent endeavor. But once you finish and you have your data, and notice what I said. I said you take that data to the bioanthropologist. I actually said that. So where in your mind do you think I'm saying that nah, you just do a lecture, you ain't got to deal with nothing else? No, you actually in your comparison. Listen, in your actual work itself, you do not involve that in the actual work itself. And if y'all read books on comparative linguistics, you would know this.
I got this, y'all. I swear.
Before you even suggest that there's a there. What is the reason that this connection is even being suggested? What are these other points that a linguist would use to even consider examining the connection? There needs to be a there. So you're going to take all of these
So-
points into consideration when writing your hypothesis before you start your investigation. Which
So
come
Cedric,
on.
Cedric,
let me go
hold
to
on, hold on. I got
go ahead.
wait, Cedric. I just
I'm,
had a question. I just got a question,
No, he
Cedric.
kind of cut
and
me
I'm gonna go
off.
back. I'm gonna go back to the other one
Yeah.
too. But I just asked a quick one so we can solve that one.
I just got a quick question for Cedric though, because and I hope Cedric can answer this. Cedric,
Ask him a
what?
question.
Yeah, I'm just want to ask you a question, Cedric. Name me the book and title of historical comparative linguistic that you have read.
Oh man, see, I'm not doing that, man. Come on.
No, I'm just curious. I'm just curious if you've read up on this.
On.
I got
I
this.
know.
What I'm reading on right here, Muja. I hope this
No,
suffices.
but I wasn't asking you.
Oh, okay. All right.
I was asking Cedric.
All right, go ahead.
Scientific method. I know how to write a hypothesis. I can write it over multiple different things. And if I
answer the
need to
question
make
first, Joe. Just answer the question
Yeah,
first.
just answer my question first. You can
Said
tell me
no.
about your expert. Okay, but you're choppy. Just I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead, answer it.
I said none.
Okay, thanks. All right, Uncle, go ahead.
Let's get to so you see where I'm at, right?
All right, so y'all see that. Out of my curiosity, I asked Cedric because Cedric was about to go on about writing hypotheses and stuff like that, and things that are irrelevant to the historical comparative linguistic method and all that kind of stuff. So to cut it short, I just asked him a simple question: name a title of a book on historical comparative linguistics that he's read, and he said none. And I respect that answer, and that was a straight answer, and I respect it. But we can move on. I'm like, nah, then everything you saying out your mouth is just not, it's not applicable. And I don't feel like I'm not going to go through the whole teaching moment to just share enough information to know that somebody's wrong. So that's why I did that. So then we move forward. But I just wanted to show that because both Unc and Cedric was just all wrong. But Unc has a lack of understanding because he doesn't understand. And I think this is due, like if you watch the whole show, I don't know if Unc is listening, like for real listening, or looking at something else on the screen trying to find something or whatever the case is. But it's clear to me, I don't think that he's fully plugged into the conversation, because I was saying what I was saying repeatedly last night, even today, about the process of the historical comparative method, that you don't need any of that biological genetic data stuff. Nothing, none of that. You do the method, you work your work, you get the results, then you march on over to the other disciplines so that they can look at your data through those lenses and see the impact it may have on what is known or versus what's not known among those other disciplines. So I never said that a person will do the linguistic work and then that's it. What I said was you don't need the other stuff to do the work. But once you do the work, then you can paint a broader picture in the field of anthropology as a whole by going through the other disciplines and seeing, okay, genetic populations or archaeology, the material culture, the tools that certain people use, the cultures, cross-compare cultures from, now that you've proven that these two languages are genetically related, now you can start looking at the cultures of the two separate people that speak those two separate languages that you have now proven genetically related in the distant past or at some point in the past. Now you can start looking at that. So yes, that's what you do. But the whole point is you don't need to know any of that to actually do the historical comparative method. And with that, I'm gonna open up the panel. Let me get this little link over here. Gotta find my other window here. Am I on the right thing here? Here we go. So y'all let me know if y'all can see it. Let me see if I can try to pin the link. Was I able to pin the link? There's a whole nother video I was going to show as well, where I went through the same thing, and Asar went through the same thing on our channel 2 years ago. Brother Reggie was even on the panel. So I'm gonna pin this message on there. So yeah, if anybody got any comments, so now I can see the chat. Whether you come on the panel or not, I'm dealing with the chat. So again, I can't even tell how many people are watching. I don't know why it's not telling me. this probably because I left and came back. It's not showing me, but it's as if I'm talking to myself. I can't even tell how many people are watching.
Oh,
Anyway,
that's crazy.
that's neither here nor there. I don't, quality over quantity. But anyway, so listen, I appreciate anybody tuned in. It's Tuesday. Tuesday night, you could be doing anything. Appreciate you, and y'all basically hearing me with a little frustration. I definitely got a tablespoon of frustration in my voice, unapologetically, because of the redundancy and repetitiveness of this conversation, which in and of itself is not a problem. But when you do it with people who refuse to read and familiarize themselves with the information to be able to argue. And again, I'm gonna keep saying this: as long as you're not trying to argue, then it's okay. I encourage people to get out of their lane when you're in learning mode, when you want to explore, you're curious and you learning things, you picking up this and that, and you want to learn, digest, and suck up information. But by the time you're trying to sit down and argue with somebody, you're gonna have to know to stay in your lane. It's just, to me, it's retarded to sit up on YouTube and try to argue about something that you're not familiar with, or you're not familiar enough. Like whoever encourages that, shame on you, for real. Like we have to speak up on that, and I am, like, unapologetic. I am. I mean, even if nobody else does, I am. And it doesn't matter who you are. I don't care if you have a title, a lofty title, even a well-deserved title, a well-deserved degree. None of that stuff matters if you violate some basic principles, because just because you may be sir or madam so and so, or a person with a credentialed person, it doesn't mean, one, that you can't make mistakes, and two, it doesn't mean that you don't exhibit bad character, or three, it doesn't mean that you could be loud and wrong. It's just that people with those lofty titles and well-deserved titles, it's not likely that they would do that, but it still happens. So at the end of the day, we got to do better. So Assalam Cobb, peace, brother. I don't know if we can hear you. If you're speaking, I can't hear you. I see you, but I can't hear you.
There go that mute button, that famous mute button.
There you go. Loud and clear, loud and clear. I can hear you. Hear you loud and clear, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Let me tell. Man,
What's up?
this is the same conversation me and Camgy verse had with them on Smash's channel. I don't know why they keep trying to bring it up as if it's been, a clear cut case. What needs to happen right now, which is why I was doing my work on the Maasai, which is why you see a work on this lady is doing one on Ethiopian languages. I believe she compared it with Amharic. This is why those works are being done for this purpose, because right now they're in a state of flux, meaning that Afroasiatic needs to go under an African language phylum, because comparing it with Semitic, which is the Boharic and the Sahidic in particular, those are languages that come after it. So you have to go get the African languages to prove it. And that hasn't been done. You said that about 3 times. I said it about 15 when we discussed it. KMG said it a few times himself. And I took them to the beginning of Christopher Ehret's book. This way they could just see what he told you himself. He said, even though I've done this extensive work, I've done this, it still needs to do this, it needs to do that, it needs to have this done, this is still missing, it needs paprika, it needs salt, it needs pepper, please get some vinegar, all of that.
He said, "You can tell somebody hungry over there, boy."
It said all of that. And if I'm looking for the book right now, just so I can pull up the preface, he tells you in the preface, so you don't even get overexcited about it. He lets you know, like, yeah, this is good, but guess what? Yeah, it still needs this. And so I don't know why people would try to argue this point. It hasn't been done yet. We still have to
Well,
put the African languages in it. And so when they do stuff, they contradict themselves, right? We tell them the Maasai are probably in ancient Egypt at some point in time. We tell them stuff like, we believe this culture from the Congolese is probably early on. We believe they did the Netcher dance, the so and so. I can even pull it in the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology and say, boom, he said it right here. Here's Zimmerman and here's Seidelberg. They all say it, or Seligman, and you still don't believe. But then you turn
yeah.
around and try to argue Afro-Asiatic. What are you doing? You
But see, here's the thing. I guess the conclusion that I've reached, and I said this several times tonight. It really just boils down to just the lack of familiarity that people are willing to put themselves in, and it takes work that people just refuse to do for whatever the reason is, and I understand it. I give people the latitude and freedom to be that way. Like, people have lives to live. People may not have many hours in a day and other priorities. Like, so reading a introductory book or a fundamental book on historical comparative linguistics may not be in the near future for people, and that's understood. And so my beef is, that being the case, I just don't understand why people feel the need to be in those situations, but then try to argue. Like don't argue. That's the whole thing. Like me, I don't have time to study everything. I do find some conversations interesting, but I don't know enough about the topic. I'm not going to jump out the window and argue with somebody who's talking about stuff just because I find it interesting. But I don't know enough, so I'm not going to argue. I'm just going to sit there, suck it in, do my due diligence, and take my time, and then later I can probably chime in on the conversation, and that's normal. That's what we got to start promoting around here. I think YouTube is encouraging people by default. It's encouraging content creation, right? And so the whole idea, Instagram, Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all these different platforms are really demanding for content, so you can stay relevant and stay in people's face. Because if you don't push something out there on Facebook, everybody gonna forget about you. Basically, Instagram, all your stuff can push down to the bottom. So people gotta constantly produce content, and the content is being produced faster than people can keep up with it. And we see what's happening, at least on information side of things, scholarly side of things. And so that's what's going on. That's why it's just repetitive. And
or the lack of scholarship, as you say it.
yeah. It's the lack. Yeah. But on
Scholars
on
do
the
work.
on the
These
side.
cats is not doing work, and that's what. This is what's killing me. You mind if I share my screen while you still chopping it up?
No, go ahead. I don't just hit share.
Here's
Yeah.
the book,
Hold on.
guys.
Wait. Let me get it on the big screen first. Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
This is the book. Reconstructing Proto-Afro-Asiatic, Proto-Afro-Asian, vowels, tone, consonants, and vocabulary. So he's trying to put the vowels, the tones, and the vocabulary together so that it can be a spoken language again. And in order to do that, he's got to go through the African languages. Here, he went through the Semitic languages and they called it a fail. Okay? Now, he's going to tell you that. We don't have to ask around. I gotta borrow it real quick. Let me borrow it. Borrow for an hour. I will do it for 14 days. Come on. Let's open this book up, and he's going to tell you himself. It
You can
has.
always turn it. You can always turn it back in. I mean, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Because I really want one of y'all to read the book.
Yeah, but
Please
that's the
read
thing.
the book
See,
for
some
us.
of us have the daggone book. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I got it on a USB port over here. These cats ain't even read it yet. See already. Two recent works. The internal reconstruction developed. He's going through the different evidences as he tries to do it. Hold on, let me get to the part where he's
I think you were gonna
hasn't
show
done.
where he said more work or something.
Yeah, he's like it. We haven't finished it yet. Let me see. The work provides, therefore, a comprehensive, systematic reconstruction of the family, blah, 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 Chadic, blah, blah, blah. Historical comparative reconstruction of Proto-Afro-Asiatic faces several potentially daunting obstacles. One of these is the great number of triconsonantal roots in Semitic that must be compared with more commonly found biconsonantal stems of other subgroups of the family. Okay, so you got three consonants that take place in a lot of the Hebrew and Semitic words, Akkadian and what have you, that they do not find in the African languages because they usually deal with two consonants. A second is the lack of rigor with which the Semitic dimension of reconstruction in Semitic, as much as in wider familial comparisons, has often previously been treated. Now, I don't know the history of how they treated that language, so I can't really speak on the difficulties that they found in translating some of the Semitic stuff. I can tell you Hebrew was a dead language at one time. They used some of that Rosetta Stone to reconstruct its vowels, and they used a few other things. That I can tell you. Let's go
But you
up
know
here.
what?
Oh, go ahead.
Um, what I was gonna say is what people should find peculiar is even if you look at the state of the African language phyla as it was proposed by Greenberg and how we see a snapshot today, which you have Niger Congo, Afro-Asiatic Niger Congo, Nilo-Saharan, and Khoisan. If you look at the Afro-Asiatic phylum and you look at the sub groupings, Egyptian is off by itself. And when you look into why that is, all the answers to why that is should at least pique people's curiosity and wonder, like, why is that like that? Like, why is that like that? You know, and when you look at the answers, it's talking about the
First
grammar is
languages.
different. It's talking about quite a few things that are different. It's like, well, hold up. If all these things are different, then why? What's up with that? And I'm just putting that out there because you don't even have to be deep into linguistics at all to just have those curiosities. Even just looking at it at a basic level. So anyway, I mean, go ahead what you were saying because here's the thing. Even with Eric's work that you're showing, anybody who reads it, like if people read it and study it, there's quite a few problems with that work, which is why, as of now, even I believe even Christopher Eric himself is aware of the pushback that other comparatists have given because of the way that the work was carried out, the methods, basically. So I don't know if that's something that you're familiar with, but
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
absolutely. And that's what I kind of spoke to, which I simplify because the problem is you're using languages that came behind it to justify it. You need to use languages that it was created by in order to justify it. which is part of what you were speaking of earlier. They're going into Niger Congo and separating it even more because they're starting to look at the clans who speak what they call Niger Congo language. And you have so many different languages in them that some of them are together, some of them are separate. Some, this could be Niger Congo this could be Niger Congo this over here may be the beginning of Niger Congo and may not be called Niger Congo at all. So as he's going through this, Christopher Ehret's issue in particular, one of his biggest ones, which I kind of noticed when I started to try to do Maasai comparisons, is that when you go to the African languages, most of them have two consonants, like the. But when you get to the Semitic, which is a more drawn out language, you have three consonants, the.
He said, "Duh, duh, duh."
And this is to keep it really, really simple for the people, because what we're talking about is more high level. So for them to understand, we got to be simple. And in this case, that creates an issue because how do you prove a language that has three consonants in it, vowels we don't see yet, and then you take it to a language that appears to have mostly two consonantal words in it? For instance,
Hold up, but real quick though, in the comparative field, that can actually have, like, you have instances where a consonant can be lost. You
yes,
know, when like two, like there are existences where you have two languages that are bona fide related to each other, where in one language they lost a consonant where the other language retained. It's the same way that human beings biological descendancy, where like if you and I were brothers, we get genetic material from our parents, but you retained a certain feature that I didn't, but we're still biological brothers. So
right.
a
Now,
loss of a loss of a consonant is not in and of itself is not enough to say, XYZ. So that's not, you guys have to be careful with saying that.
right. I'll give them one even better. Our favorite word, Kemet. Now, Kemet,
Oh boy, you about to start something now, boy.
KMT, I don't think so. It's now pronounced in Coptic Kami. What happened to the T? It changed over time. It morphed. So we know it morphed. Ujao knows it morphed. Now you guys know it morphed because it's no longer there when you pronounce it in the final form of Coptic, which is the final form of Egyptian. It's Kami now, as opposed to Kemet. So when we go a little further, it starts to get in depth. It says, with respect to triconsonantal roots in Semitic, the a comprehensive and systematic but certain to be controversial explanation of the third consonants as lexicalized pre-proto-Semitic suffixal morphemes has now been put forward by Ehret in 1989. So he thinks he's created a remedy. The linguistic world hasn't agreed with it yet. This
Yeah.
scheme and the linguistic procedures by which it was built up provide one of the key steps in the Afro-Asiatic root and affix reconstructions carried out in this book. It has been applied here without apology because, quite simply, it works. So if that's his explanation for it, he knows he's got to go back to the drawing board. Now, with respect to Brother Ehret, I hope you get this work done because we want this to be done so we can justify Afro-Asiatic. But because it hasn't been, we know you got
Yeah.
to go back to the drawing board. We're behind. We're cheering for him now. We're not trying to doubt it. We cheering for him. But
Let
it
me
has.
I think Asar is having issues because I know that Restream and Asar don't like each other. So while he's actually here successfully, I know he has to chime in because this is his lane, more so than mine. And I'm speaking about some. I'm gonna take your thing off the screen real quick.
Well, he knows because what is he doing? He's doing the same thing with Chaluba right now.
well, multiple things. But Asar, if you're there, you want to chime in, and Patal, I want to acknowledge you as well. But because Asar is having problems with it, issues with the
Microphone.
app.
Yo, me too. I'm trying to connect everything together too.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
But Asar, real quick, if you wanted to chime in, go for
Yeah.
it.
I think he's still having mic issues. Reconstructions, compared to reconstructions and not attested to languages, which is just what I just said. He's using a reconstructed language, which I mentioned Hebrew used to not have vowels in it, and it's a reconstruction that we can now speak because they've added vowels, as opposed to going back to the African languages, which are already an attested language.
Yeah, that's basically the like when you compare reconstructions to reconstructions, you already in bad territory.
Yeah.
And so that's the point. That's what Asar is saying. In his method, he's comparing reconstructions to reconstructions and not attested languages. And so so I don't know, Asar, if you there, he's still in here.
Yeah, your mic ain't working, baby. You have to plug something there.
Yeah, I think so. Asar's gonna have to
go out and come back
in. Yeah, I don't know, but Restream and Asar they have a love-hate relationship. But Patah, in the meantime, so Asar, jump in when if you can, and pop out, pop back in. But Patah, I did hear you, so I think your mic is all right. Shamsu, Patah. All right, I guess not.
Find your microphones at the bottom, gentlemen. It's right.
I heard him.
You hear Patah? I don't hear him.
No, I heard him before. So, I don't know. Somebody said there's an echo. Teddy, let me know if there's still an echo. It shouldn't be. But I think Asar's having problems and Patah's having problems. But anyway, so I just hope everybody gets the point though, on this smaller point, because this, we've had larger conversations about the African language classification as a whole conversation. We've done that too, but this minor part is due to the lack of understanding, and I'm just going to blow my screen back up, of this point here. In order to conduct the historical comparative linguistic method when comparing two or more languages, does one need to know or use biogenetic data? And the answer is flat out no. You don't need it at all. And this is something I was trying to convey all last night. And between what Cedric was trying to imply, that you got to do X, Y, and Z, you got to have a there and there before this and stuff. None of that is true. None of it. And with what Unc was trying to say in terms of, see, what they have to do, they have to get out of their head this fantasy overthrowing concept. That's not how this work is done or whatever. So sorry, I see you there. Speak forever, hold your peace. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, you there?
Testing.
I tell you.
There you go.
There you go. Go ahead, Asar. Get it in before you get kicked out.
Hey, I don't even know where y'all at. I'm gonna try to get on for like
well, just give your input.
Let me ask you,
just give
what
your input.
difficulties have
Period.
you found with Chaluba and the reconstruction that are similar to Christopher Ehret, that you think he may run into problematic wise when he's trying to compare these languages to languages that come after it?
Trying to understand the first part of your question.
So when you reconstruct Chaluba to fit Medew Netcher, right? What difficulties do you run into?
I don't think you run into that many difficulties. Anything that's not standard with comparing any language. And
So
I wouldn't listen. I wouldn't try to reconstruct, for example, a comparison between Chiluba and ancient Egyptian. That's not enough languages to do a reconstruction. You need a number of languages to reconstruct a parent language.
so he's trying to reconstruct it. When he's trying to
Who is?
reconstruct it, Christopher Eric. So here,
And I saw, and hold on, and I want to make this statement because I saw the book that you posted about his. So we all have this book, and we know its major weaknesses. So this is why, piggybacking off of the conversation that Ujawa was having with Unc and whoever was on the panel on the Pseudo Killer show, is that you have to understand linguistics as a field of study, and then historical comparative linguistics, its methods and its purpose to even have this conversation, and to know why Christopher Eric's text is unusable and nobody uses it. Because what he does, and you can, if you have a PDF version of it, you can show them live exactly what I'm talking about. So with the exception of the ancient Egyptian language, he does not compare actual languages. He compares reconstructions for which he doesn't inform us the methods and how he came to those reconstructions. So what he's doing is he's comparing a reconstruction to another reconstruction to another reconstruction. And you don't do that in historical comparative linguistics. And a matter of fact, he also drops the Berber languages, but he's claiming to reconstruct Afro-Asiatic. So these are the languages he compares. He compares ancient Egyptian. He does Proto-Cushitic, Proto-Chadic, and Proto-Omotic. But what everybody doesn't know is that there is a debate on whether Chadic is even Afro-Asiatic, or whether Cushitic is Afro-Asiatic.
Right.
And I've shown the latest text that came out in 2023, clearly demonstrating that ancient Egyptian and Semitic are not genetically related, because the person actually did a comparative, using the comparative method, and then he questions after his conclusion whether, because he says that ancient Egyptian, and it cannot be demonstrated that ancient Egyptian and Semitic are related languages, genetically related languages. And this has implications, since we're talking about implications earlier, on the validity of Afro-Asiatic. Because if those two languages or language groups are not related, only one of them, if Afro-Asiatic exists, only one of them could be Afro-Asiatic.
Exactly. And this is when he runs into issues like, so we'll just take it from this particular statement, and then we can go right to that second one. It says the comparative materials for Egyptian, Cushitic, Chadic, and Omotic provide further point-for-point confirmations of the specific meanings and functions of the great majority of the affixes proposed for pre-Proto-Semitic. So he's taken it upon himself to name Egyptian, Cushitic, Chadic, and Omotic as pre-Proto-Semitic. That's number one, which is why when Asar Imhotep says it's either this one or that one, and we don't know if either or. It's because they haven't been proven fully to be what they claim to be, Afro-Asiatic. Okay,
But
so
here's the larger issue here, and this is where I was getting at with the Reconstruction thing. He doesn't.
because
In order to establish, listen, in order to establish a genetic relationship between languages, the standard in the field is to do a historical comparative study. The scientific method in historical comparative linguistics is called the comparative method. And this was not done at all by any of these scholars. And for those who know how it is done and what it looks like, you can easily show in Christopher Ehret's 1995 book, the yellow one that you posted, that it was not done.
Yes,
because
so
you can only compare in for the sake of reconstruction attested languages. Reconstructions are not attested, and so for them, reconstructions are hypotheses. So you're comparing a hypothesis to another hypothesis to another hypothesis and another hypothesis to create a larger hypothesis. That is unscientific.
Right. So he just restated what I was just telling you about the Egyptian, the Cushitic, the Chadic, and the Omatic. It hasn't been verified that they're actually Afro-Asiatic yet. And then,
well, Afro-Asiatic hasn't been verified that it even exists.
Well, that's what I just said, right? So you saying it again with me. We there.
No, you just said that those languages aren't Afro-Asiatic, as if Afro-Asiatic is a valid construct. What I'm saying is that Afro-Asiatic itself is the problematic.
Afro-Asiatic is an actual thing. That's a hypothesis too. But we've said that already. You're repeating what we've already said, basically. So you're jogging with us. But like I said, he's already trying to say that they're this, and then he tried to call them pre-Proto-Semitic. We don't even know if they're that. Okay? But when we start to actually get into the things that go into the comparative method, it's the ability to account reasonably, economically, and aptly in more than 2,400 separate instances for the individual variations of meaning that are found amongst the several thousand cited reflexes of those root words. He did not finish that work. This is part of the comparative method. These are the things.
No, it is not. Again, we would see. This is why you have to show.
Know that.
No, it is not. And if you look at, see, this is why I've had these conversations over the years, and I have all the citations from scholars in the field, and I make sure that I don't cite the black ones at all, because Negroes on YouTube hate black scholars and think that black scholars don't know what they're talking about. So I can only cite the European ones when they're critiquing other Europeans. And what you find in the field is that linguists around the world consider the African school of the Greenberg school, in terms of the African languages, their methods and everything, pseudoscience. And they're adamant about this and don't take them seriously. And they don't do the comparative method at all. Matter of fact, their whole school is anti-comparative method.
So, like I said, that's part of the comparative method. When you
they label them as Africanist linguists.
Mm-hmm. It don't even matter what they think they're doing. If you get into the comparative method, you know that that's one of the methods that they use. You got to make the comparisons. The standard is about 2,400 instances of the root words connecting with each other. 3 consonantal vowels, which he uses for Semitic and the other languages that he uses, doesn't quite fit the African instance of the situation. So anybody who knows the comparative method knows this is one of the processes that you have to use in order to prove that your construction is actually viable.
Well, here's
So
the thing, though. You don't even have to go that far because, like the make or break of it already is the fact that you do not compare reconstructions against reconstructions to try to develop a larger hypothesized reconstruction.
yes, which
And
I'm
so I
trying to
mean,
get
so
to,
we
but
can't,
that's
right? So
part
we
of
you don't even
it.
have to get. I was just saying
I
you
got to
can't
be
even.
able to finish. Yeah.
We don't even have to. Well, once you okay, so you get to that point, then that's a period. Put a period after that
Yeah.
because
Well,
nothing
I
else
mean,
to.
if we make it simple, the technique for studying the development of languages is by performing a feature by feature comparison. So taking 2,400 instances of root words is what you would do. This is one of the things that you would use in order to get it done. The
Yeah,
other
but
is the
that comes later.
consonantal, and
But
there's several others
that
that you use. So we're going more. I'm trying to take us further than speaking generally about the subject. We could say comparative method all night, and then they'll say, well, what's the comparative method? Now
well,
we're
that's what I'm
getting
saying.
into some of the
But we
things
went.
that actually compare the method.
Yeah. But I'm saying the actual method. See, what I would rather people do is to actually get a introductory book because like no matter how much we say, because like I said, I'm coming from an 8 year repetitive conversation on this stuff. Even on the screen that I showed tonight, I'm showing some of the major steps of it, of the method right there on the screen to show that you don't need the biogenetic data at all. Like you don't even need to. You could be completely clueless about genotypes, phenotypes, and all that kind of stuff to do the comparative method. And so I had this on the screen all night. You identify cognates, what a cognate is, a proposed cognate, then going out to confirm the cognates, regular sound meaning correspondences, reconstruction of the proto languages, internal reconstruction, etymology, comparative grammar. You got to compare aspects of grammar, which is syntax, morphology, all that kind of stuff. So
You're doing distinctions of verbs. You did a semantic comparison. That's one of the
yeah, but
methods. So yeah.
well, no, it's
Yes.
part of the workflow. So it's an
Semantic
entire
comparison is part of
it's
the
a, it's a,
method that we talk about.
yeah, it's an entire workflow though, and but tonight's point, but see the point that I'm making tonight is that between Unc, Cedric, and not so much Sosa on this is that they believe that you can't do that you especially Cedric was trying to compare it to flat earth, and he was saying that basically what ChatGPT told them, instead of reading the book they rely on ChatGPT. What ChatGPT told them was that that basically it's impossible to compare, for example, ancient Egyptian with Chiluba. That it's impossible to do that. It's like compared to somebody trying to overthrow science with the flat Earth, and things like that. So my point with them was, and they were trying to cite that you need to know the genetic, the migration, and all this other kind of stuff. And I kept reiterating, no, not to actually perform the comparative method.
It's dumb to even suggest that for the simple fact that there is no gene that codes for any language, let alone a language family. You can never do a genetic analysis and it will tell you what language that particular corpse spoke. It is impossible to link language with genetics in that way, and you can't do language with archaeology unless the archaeological artifacts have writing on them connected to a language that you can study. If there's no writing on the artifacts, there's nowhere you can connect an artifact to a language because language is in the minds of people. Sound does not embed in people's genes.
please, please.
I'm gonna look at CL STP marker number 3080, and I'm gonna get this sound.
Record company people are shady. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, microphone check.
Yeah, we can hear you, Patah.
Loud and clear. Is that too
Yeah.
low? Is that too low?
You low though. I can hear you, but you low. So yeah, man. So it's just amazing. Like I'm just frustrated at the refusal of people refusing to want to read, but then promote
But want to be an authority on language.
argue about stuff, but then at the same time, in the bigger picture, promote scientific literacy and stuff like that. I just can't reconcile those two things together, where you have a promotion of STEM and scientific literacy and stuff like that, but then a refusal to read. And maybe that goes into burning books, because I know the brother in the past, was burning some books and stuff. So I don't know really what's going on. Maybe there's a hatred for books. There seems to be a love for ChatGPT, and then a hatred for actual books, and to read them from cover to cover, not just to show them in the background and be able to pick them up off the floor and show them on camera. I'm actually talking about reading and comprehending what's being read. I think that we need to encourage that more out here. And I see Asar dropped off. He'll probably come back. Patah, I could hear you, but you were low.
Okay, how about now?
It's about the same. We can hear you. Go ahead.
No, I'm just chiming in. I don't want to mess up the
Can you come closer? Like wherever the mic source is, can you come closer to it? It just sounds like you're far away.
What about now?
Nah, that's not the. Yeah, it's still the same.
Yeah, you kind of distant.
Yes, it just sounds like you away from the mic.
And I'm like almost. Yeah, it's crazy.
Is it your computer or is it your phone? Like whatever. Like bring it closer
You
to
want
you.
speaker? Yeah.
Yeah, it might be going to have.
Click
What
to
about
your
now?
regular.
Don't blow yourself up now.
Was that any better?
No. But go ahead. We can hear you. I was just trying to see if you can get louder. But go ahead.
I turned it up the best I can. But yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't want to mess up the flow of things. The comparative linguistics is very interesting. I know it's,
Asar says unless I use StreamYard, he ain't coming back. Yeah, I might have to.
Yeah, StreamYard is a little bit better. Even when you try to share documents and stuff.
Feature wise, I don't know, man. I like Restream because of all the features. I mean they comparable. They like even Steven really. But see, I already subscribed to Restream. So until my subscription run out, I am definitely not going to be switching yet. Not yet.
That makes much sense.
But go ahead, Patah. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I really don't want to change the topic. I mean, you're on point, and I can't really add to it because, like I said, when it comes to comparative linguistics, I've taken French and I've taken Spanish, and I'm learning the Netcher speak, and I'm looking into the reading of Netcher. I speak English, probably worse.
Boy, it sound like you are in the closet.
You said something not true though.
You just sound low, Patah. If I don't know, man. If you could.
What about now?
There you go.
Yeah. What you just do?
Is it the same or am I? Okay?
No, that's 100% better, man. What the?
Yeah, that's messed up.
What are you doing, Patah? Are you playing games with us?
My wife just let me out the closet, man. I can't lie.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like Patah got to hide in the basement somewhere.
I knew he was afraid of something. It sounded like he was scared or something. He was like you had your mic in another room and then you kind of opened the door a little bit from another room and trying to speak.
Hey, look, the way Jao was screaming on the mic earlier, me being an old man, I didn't know whether to try to chime in or not. I'm like,
I'm like, am I 57? Am I old enough to get on here? You just might try to spank somebody around here. But but yeah,
That's
definitely interesting. Comparative linguistics is a hard study, and there's nothing I can really add as far as knowing what I'm talking about when it comes to. I mean, I've heard about the different languages, from Niger Congo, and listening and hearing about languages, but as far as comparing them and trying to link them together, I haven't done. I've only listened to what others have heard, or have said. So there's not much I could chime on that. But I do want to add a little bit, because I did a little research on Ramesses the Third, but I don't want to change the flow. So y'all continue. Maybe we'll hit that or address it later.
Okay, well, stay there. Keep. Just put a pin in it for a second. Don't go anywhere. But what I want to do though is to give you props for what you just said though, because I want to emphasize that, because this is part of the theme that I'm saying tonight, right? If you hear, I know you said it, so I'm just going to paraphrase what you just said. You said, basically you're saying, because you've taken Spanish and you've taken languages, that's not enough as far as the comparative method and stuff for you to chime in and argue about it. So you're like, hey, so I'm my name Bennett, I ain't in it. I'm just sitting out. And see, I gotta give you props for that, because that's exactly what I'm saying everybody should be, the position everybody should be in. Because me, that's what I practice, and that's what I was taught. Like, you don't try to argue about things that you're not comfortable or familiar with. Like, you don't know enough yet. And because what you just said, I just want to highlight that, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. The way everything you just said, that's perfect. And if more people did that, we could move on to other things and talk about, like you said Ramesses III. Now I'm inclined to, let's talk about Ramesses III, but I just want to make sure nobody else going to pop on the channel or whatever about the historical comparative stuff first. So let me just make sure that don't happen, and then we can revisit whatever it is you were trying to bring up on that. So I'm just looking at the chat. I see, as far as I can scroll, I see that the brother Sosa was in the chat at one point. I see that Cedric was in the chat at one point. I can only go back but so far, because I had to reboot, and come back in, right? So I can't see all the comments. So Emicat, maybe were there any? So listen, those of you in the chat, one, I appreciate anybody still tuned in. If you have any questions about anything I said, go ahead and type it. Let me go ahead and address it now. Let's get it over with, because y'all already heard in my voice the frustration. This stuff is repeated by the same people. And now I see, and the thing is, I'm trying not to make this video long, but we already at 4 hours, right? But I could play clips of other videos going all the way back to 8 years, where certain people are on the panel and we're talking about the same stuff, but yet their position was different. I can show you where Unc seemed like he understood everything was going on and was rocking out with it. Now he's talking about flim flam or something. Now there's a flip. There's a blue flip. But I'm trying my best to help the situation out, because it's just the lack of understanding is causing people to say the things that they're saying. And I see an easy fix, but it can't get through. And so at this point, I'm like, all right, I'm throwing my hands up. People just got to read books at this point. But what I don't want to happen is people fake the funk, act like they know what they're talking about, and try to argue. It's not going to work with me. It's just not. And I'm not an enabler. I address elephants in the rooms and stuff like that. I can't sit in the same room with an elephant and just act like it ain't there. So nah. That's the thing. So I hope everybody understands that. So I'm looking at the chat. I don't really see any questions, so hopefully, you know, the stuff is clear. So let me ask the chat a question. Even without ever reading a book, because I didn't even pull up a book or the contents of a book, but just based on what I said, and just based on, let me make this big, just based on what's on the screen right now. Do you all get it by now, at least everybody in the chat, that when it comes to actually performing the comparative method, when actually doing the work, like you're sitting down and you're sweating this work out, when you're conducting this work, does everybody understand now that DNA has no relevance? No biological data is required or needed at all. Does everybody have that understanding? So, which means that you don't have to understand anything about migrations. You don't have to understand about Darwin's theory of evolution. You don't have to start to worry about the human taxonomy. You know, the chart between Homo sapiens, Homo sapiens, Homo erectus. None of that. You don't have to deal with any of that. All you need is your familiarity with two languages, their phonological inventory, and the meanings of their lexical items. Then you go to work. You take the two languages. You could blindfold yourself. A historical comparative linguist can do this. And I'm not even playing. Somebody could blindfold, like right now, we could blindfold Asar, and we could write the names of languages on pieces of paper, put them in a jar, blindfold Asar and say, hey, Asar, pick out two languages. And he picks out the two languages. Now, there's normally two or more, but let's just minimize it to just the two, right? So he picks out two languages, and then we tell Asar, hey, go to work. Compare those two languages using the comparative method. All Asar would need to do is he has the two languages in question, but he would have to be familiar enough with the two languages to know their phonological inventory, you know, their environment, the phonological inventory of the two languages. Be familiar with the meanings of the lexical items, which means familiar with the dictionaries, or whatever the case is, to be able to track out and trace out meanings of respective words and so on and so forth, and start to apply the comparative method with regular sound meaning correspondences, based on several passes of proposed assumed cognates, and then those assumptions are then rechecked, and so on and so forth. It's like a workflow that has to be done, and no genetic data is needed. That can actually happen. And when you're finished, whatever comes out in the wash, either you're going to be able to prove that the two languages that you pulled out of the jar are related, or they're not. And if you prove, if what comes out in the wash that you prove that they're related, then you can take those results, that data that you have extracted from actually doing the work. Now you can take that and start to share it with other disciplines in anthropology. And so now they can start to reanalyze things through other disciplines' lenses. So now you can say, well, wait a minute, where are the present day speakers of these two languages today? And that means if you're able to now, you won't be able to reconstruct a proto language with just two languages. So I am definitely oversimplifying this. But let's say you were able to reconstruct a proto language of a list of languages that you did the work through, right? So what a Another anthropologist, what they would do is they would take that data that you have produced, and they would ask questions like, okay, where are all these people that speak these independent languages right now? And then whatever proto language was successfully reproduced and reconstructed, they may ask the question, well, let's examine that pool of a speech community, that pool of people and their culture. And they start looking into, from a cultural anthropological aspect, they'll start looking to the culture and see, okay, these cultural items also were retained by these individual groups. This one was retained, this one wasn't, this one was lost. This cultural item was retained, that cultural item was lost. They could do that. Then they could start dealing with geography and knowing the location, and say, that's when you get into whether or not, okay, wherever this proto language was spoken, that community or that location on the continent may be of interest, et cetera, et cetera. See, that's how that works. You don't need to know all that stuff prior. And as long as everybody get that understanding, then we're good. And that's the point that I was trying to make overall in the conversation, which is what I still have on the screen, that the genetic data is not necessary.
No.
And hold on, I want to share this too, because for those people, so mind you, this is ChatGPT, and y'all see the question I asked. I said, in order to conduct a historical comparative linguistic method when comparing two or more languages, does one need to know or use any biological data? It says no, and it goes on, but it says no. Now, because Unc or Chilimbwe gave Unc a different AI tool called Perplexity, I want y'all to see its answer in that too, because I don't want nobody to have any excuse. So I'm gonna blow this up. This is called from Perplexity. This is something that Unc used last night, incorrectly, but used it nevertheless. So now look at the question. I asked the same question. In order to conduct a historical comparative linguistic method when comparing two or more languages, does one need to know or use any biogenetic data? And look what it says.
No.
It says no. It gave the same answer from that ChatGPT gave. And it even gave sources. It gave the answer, a brief answer. It says the goal is comparing languages to establish historical relatedness. The methods used: comparing phonological systems, morphological systems, syntax, and lexicon. Proto-language, reconstructing proto-languages and specifying changes that lead to documented languages. But it gave the answer. It says no. No, the historical comparative linguistic method does not require or use any biogenetic data when comparing two or more languages. It explicitly says no. And then it explains what the comparative method involves.
See those cognates?
It gives the highlights.
Regular sound correspondence, which would be a semantic comparison, which we talked about just a few minutes ago. Shared grammatical features, which is when you talk about suffixes, affixes, or three consonants, or even two consonants that start to sound the same, which is still part of a semantic comparison. So this is all the stuff that we just were discussing, and it's disgusting when, the simple stuff in linguistics, starts to become a difficult thing for people who try to, because they have an affinity for a culture, they try to say, no, it's this. No, we want him to do the work, but the work hasn't been done, and it's a long work. But the place to start to finish it is in the African languages, not in the others. Because the Semitic, you go out of Africa, no wonder he's finding a difficult time trying to get people to agree with the situation and the system when you're not using the root of where the language came from. It becomes difficult to compare. He says Berber barely helped him. But then he turns around and starts quoting Berber stuff. He quoted more Berber stuff than he did Hebrew stuff. So
yeah, that 1995 work. See, a lot of people are recently becoming familiar with Eric because of the black thing because Eric, they use quotes from Christopher Eric's latest work, where he's talking about the blackness of ancient Egyptians and stuff like that on that topic. So a lot more people are familiar with his name now. Not so much that 1995 work that you had. But let me address, this is Pan-African James. He says, none of this is more valuable than the other. You need a multidiscipline approach. Yeah, I just want to reiterate that, or say that nobody claimed that something is more valuable than the other, or as far as disciplines is more valuable than the other. What is being clearly stated tonight and every other time is that when you're performing the comparative method, you perform the comparative method. You don't need biogenetic data to do the comparative method. Every one of these disciplines is important in their own right to produce. Remember, these are all tools. Y'all have to understand that anthropology is the study of human beings and everything dealing with humans, right? And so in order to reconstruct human history and human existence on the planet Earth, there are disciplines that have tools that allow us to do this. Linguistics, as in general, is a set of tools. Biology is a set of tools, and you have all these different sub branches and sister and daughter branches of these different disciplines, and they're all tools. So every tool, just like a toolbox, nobody's gonna say a Phillips screwdriver is more valuable than a flathead screwdriver. But if you got a screw that needs a flathead, the flathead at that moment becomes the thing that you grab, that you use. If you got a Phillips screw that has a Phillips head, then you're going to grab a Phillips screwdriver. So people just got to understand that none of this stuff should be rocket science. What I'm saying is it should be really just common sense. So I just hope that nobody is thinking there's a claim that one discipline is more valuable than the other discipline. No, that's not it at all. All right. But yes, a multidiscipline approach is the better approach, like to paint a fuller picture of everything. You definitely want to cross-pollinate data between the disciplines, you know. Yeah. And that's what happens all the time in science. Like, you know, science crosses with math. Mathematicians work with physicists all the time. Some physicists become mathematicians themselves. Sir Isaac Newton invented a branch of mathematics to do physics, and so on and so forth, or whatever the case is. So, you know, the multidiscipline is understood. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that.
Just have a discipline before you claim to be an authority on any of it. If you can't read,
just read a book.
Yeah, you
just read a book.
If you can't read the Medew Netcher, if you don't know if you can't speak or don't understand cognates, if you don't even understand the other languages that are being spoken, stop trying to be the authority when you only know one language that's a derivative of all the others, English. So
yeah, I wanted to ask Asar while he's in the chat. I think he's still in the chat.
He talking crazy.
Yeah, he said Asar talking about you. He said loud and wrong. No, he's talking about you when you were saying about Eric. See, yeah. But hold on, let me ask Asar. I'm gonna ask Asar a type of question if he's still there. In Aluja Volume 2. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all something funny. If you go to Asar's channel, YouTube channel, there's like about 30 videos where everything Asar says is found in Aluja Volume 2. Asar be like, if you get my text, Aluja Volume 2, my 2018 text, but I got to do it deeper like Asar. Peace, family. If you get my Aluja Volume 2 text and open it in chapter 3, I have all the citations and I have tables after tables and cognates after cognates of no, but
And so, look, you got to drop the and so in there.
and so no, but seriously, this is a serious question for Asar. In Illusion Volume 2, though, there is a chapter, I just don't remember which one. There is a chapter where Asar is speaking about all the problems of Greenberg's classification. And he's quoting all these different scholars. So, Asar, if you're in the chat, which chapter, and if you have your book, man, if you could tell me which page or pages, that would be great.
I'm going to step off, y'all. In the top.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, Hotep. I appreciate you coming through. All right. So, Asar, I don't know if you still there. Could let everybody know the chapter or page in Illusion Volume 2, because I know it's in there at least. If you could reference that or something. But anyway, so I don't see any. So James, this is Pan-African James. Hope you understood what I was saying about the valuable. So hopefully that's cleared up. That yeah, I'm not saying that any one discipline is more valuable than the other. Now, if we were to talk to ancient Egyptians, they would definitely be on that tip. The ancient Egyptians, the scribes, they would definitely be telling y'all, or telling everybody, that the scribal profession is all that in the bag of chips. How do we know? Because we got texts that where the scribes are definitely bragging about the scribal profession. They say their profession is better than everybody's profession. They're like, they see everybody else's profession as some little lowly, low-hanging fruit, some little dainty stuff. The scribal profession is all of that in the bag of chips. But no, I'm not saying that any disciplines are more valuable than others. They have their use. They have their value and their use. Okay, so James is saying the major issue with you guys' approach is you're the only ones with it. In linguistics, everyone uses Coptic in their reconstructions, but you guys, that's the issue here. Oh, but you guys, that's the issue here. I don't, that's not even an issue. But let me just tell you something though, James. And I made this point in another video. I think you brought it up when you were talking about Kami, the different forms of Kemet in Coptic. And I got a whole video. Excuse me, I have a whole video. Emicat, if you're there, if you could post a link to that video. It's a video talking about the different Coptic forms of the word Kemet. But anyway, long story short, everybody and their mother knows that Coptic lost consonants. And everybody and their mother knows that Coptic, the script that was used for Coptic, which is also called Coptic, it does not have determinatives. So it lost its classifiers. Everybody and their mother knows that. So Coptic is very limited when it comes to this kind of work. So it's only an issue to people who are not familiar with the historical comparative method. That's it. Nobody else is making that. Nobody else is having an issue. Nobody who actually knows any about this stuff is ever having an issue. Nobody. So that's that. Everybody and their mother knows Coptic don't have determinatives. It don't have the glyphs. Don't have the determinatives at all.
Real quick, what video did you say it was?
It was a video. It's video on the different forms of Kemet in Coptic, and I think it was called Kami.
Okay, okay, I think I know what you
It was
mean.
a conversation. I think it's a conversation I had with James about this. So I
Yep,
think
yep,
his
that's
name is in
yeah,
there.
that's great. Yep, yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So James, that shouldn't be a major issue because it's not an issue at all if you understand that the Coptic's limitations in this particular process. Among other things, among other things. All right. So Patah, I don't see. Yeah, Egypt and Coptic clarifying Kami and Kamam per request by Brother James. Yeah, Emika put the link in the chat so y'all can check out that video where I talk about all those things already. So it shouldn't be a major problem anymore. But Patah, because I want to wrap this up. So I know you're patiently waiting. So you were asking about something, right?
Peace be, but I'm here.
No. So go ahead, because I don't see any questions really on the linguistic on the comparative method anymore. So you wanted to bring up something real quick?
Yeah.
Wait, did you get back in the closet? Because you sound low again.
My phone dropped, but
Oh yeah, there you go. I can hear you good.
all right. Give me a second. I'm trying to pull something up to see if I can share. Or
Yeah,
if you got it,
it's shared.
share, that would be embarrassing.
No, it's on the screen now. You on Scribe or Scribe.com?
Yeah, but it's so black and white. So
Okay, we'll post the link in the private chat in Restream private chat. If you post a link, if it's something that I can get to, if you rather for me to do it that way.
well, let me just ask you this: do you have or happen to have a copy of the Harris Papyrus?
Which one would that be?
Guess it'd be one.
Shoot, I got a lot of stuff. Nah, Harry. I mean,
Okay.
what's give me a clue to the content that you're looking for.
Kind of. It's Ramesses III, and I know I made mention that on one of the last streams we were on, that one of the Nasubitis was talking about the harem or the cows, the Kemetiu. I said that him planting his seed, would make the cows or the harem more pure.
Oh, okay. So, you got something? You sharing something? It's not on there.
Let me see if I can find it. Keep building, and let me see if I can get this thing together.
Okay. All right. Just find it because I see you sharing something, but if you find it, that's fine. So he said, keep building. All right. Well, yeah. So anyway, just to kind of reiterate, the points for today was that I don't bring up these conversations about linguistics anymore. Like, for example, yesterday I didn't bring up anything dealing with linguistics yesterday in terms of the historical comparative method, anything like that. The brother Unk decided to bring it up, and even the conversation before that, he decided to bring it up. And I think he's bringing it up because he feels that he found some new information or whatever, and that's just not the case. I still encourage him and everybody else to just pick up a book, man. Just do it. And here's the book that I recommend, right, to get people started. This one right here. It's easily accessible. It's cheap. They have a Kindle version. This is by Lyle Campbell. It's the 4th edition. It's the Historical Linguistics and Introduction. At least get this so you can get the basic understanding. But there's different videos. Matter of fact, Asar Imhotep did a crash course on historical comparative method. It's like an hour and a half video where he's using I think an Indo-European samples of Indo-European languages to show how the method how the method is done. Little stuff like that. I mean, if we're all familiar with each other and everybody who's familiar with each other already are producing these videos, instructive videos, why not support in that form and watch them? You know, I mean, to me, that's just common sense. But see, that's what I'm saying. It's like this pseudo haterade, whether it's friendly or not, you know, because I don't think anybody has any ill intent. So let me just put that on the floor. But even if it's friendly hatership, it's just not productive. You know, it's just not productive. It really isn't. So, Shesmo, I think you found something. So,
keep working.
Oh, you still looking? Okay. All right.
I'm trying to
All
find
right.
a specific location of in the papers. It's
Okay,
a big
no
it's a big read, so yeah.
Okay, all right, that's all right. Go ahead. So anyway, but that's the book that I would recommend people get, at least that one. And
Not
there's
just
many
get,
other ones.
not just to get, but to actually read, because people get books nowadays, like, and you see books displayed and all that kind of stuff, So we definitely recommend, if you're getting it, even if you're supporting a friend, just make sure that you read, the book, the books, at least.
Yeah. So Donnie says, can't do a reconstruction based on a reconstruction. That should be common sense, but it's not. And then he said, how don't you know it's one of the longest? No, I know what that, I'm talking about the which version, like you saw what he had on the screen is just purely the glyphs, but then you have the translations and stuff like that. So it's better that if somebody wants to talk about something, that they share it themselves. So there you go. 'Cause I could mention the pyramid text, but I could pull up strictly the glyphs, or I could pull up strictly the primary, or I could pull up a translation. Then out of the translation, I could pull up Kurt Seth's version. I could put James P. Allen's version, or whatever the case is. So it's just better that if somebody's gonna speak on something, that they're in control of what they speak on. That's, to me, that just works out better. Hopefully that's understood. And speaking of pyramid text and everything, let's go inside the pyramid. Let me give y'all a tour of the pyramid text of Winnie. I'm going to give y'all a brief tour. All right. I'm going to give y'all a brief tour. So let me make this big on the screen. I'm buying Patah some time. Then we're going to close it out. I'm going to give y'all a brief tour of the pyramid text of Winnie. So now we're inside the pyramid of Winnie. Okay, y'all see that? We can go around. This 3D technology for these tombs is awesome. I can't wait till they do all of them this way. But here's a pyramid text of Winnie. Matter of fact, if we go in this room right here, this is the sarcophagus room. You see how I'm going forward? This is the sarcophagus room. You see all this text, all the text, even on the ceiling. You can see the ceiling. They put piping in there for the lighting and stuff, but you see all this different text in here, and so on and so forth. Let's look for Winnie's name. Let's zoom in a bit. Y'all see this right here? Y'all see these Chinu or cartouches all across here? All of them spell Winnie's. 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 And you see Osir, the word Osir above it. Osir Winnie. Osir Winnie. Osir Winnie. All across there. You see his name right there in the circle? Y'all see that? Come over here. You can easily find some things. But let's go right here in this little cupboard hole right here. Let's turn right here. Now you can see the glyphs real clear. Look at that. Woo, boy, look at that. It's nice and clear. See that? Winnie's. Those are the most easily identifiable set of glyphs. Why? Because of the cartouche. It sticks out. Like if I zoom back out, you see the what they call a cartouche or chenu is it sticks out among all these different glyphs and things.
I'm ready.
Okay, you got it? All right. So let me come back over here. Stop sharing that. All right, there we go. So it's up on the screen. Yep.
All right, so y'all gonna have to help me out. So let's go. All right, so basically we're looking at the page 48, 11 through 49, but we're only gonna look at about 4 lines.
Okay.
All right, so let me get back to it. I just lost my place once I was trying to show you. Okay. All right, can you help me out and start right here? So we're probably gonna go from 4 to probably these 5 lines.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'm gonna ask you to read.
Blow it up. I'm saying, what do you?
So I'm trying to figure out. See, Winterman was talking about commit being. Remember we talked about the feminine T and them being female cows.
Right.
Right. So I think this kind of falls in that line.
This is based on what you were telling me last time you were on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. So the highlighted area, and just to give a backdrop, because remember we
just went outside
went
to
through.
use the bathroom with me not even an hour ago.
Whoa. Hold on. House got loud.
Okay.
So remember we were talking about Ramesses III, and we were going over the 16, the 4, and 4, the Book of Gates, the humans, the people of the earth. All right. So we were talking about Ramesses III. So I think I'm falling in line that Ramesses III, that wasn't a mistake. Them having the same appearance as the Nehes.
Wait. You're saying, just to be clear, you're saying that it's not
a mistake or an anomaly.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm interested in hearing why you say that.
You could call it an anomaly. Only, well, my opinion, or my humble opinion. In the case where his ancestry, being of Central Africa, he wouldn't have had a problem with the scribe showing the Egyptians looking like the Nehes. Being that his mother and grandmother, his lineage, it's not, from my understanding, it's not clear that his paternal lineage, which it could have been, if it's along the lines of the Ramessean bloodline, that they came from around the same area. So I would say that his tomb, he would not have made a big deal or big fuss about the Kemetu looking like the Nehes. That being said, and then I talked. We went into the feminine T, and I'd like us to take a look at this text right here. You probably already read through it, and you know where I'm going. So if we could just take a look at it. Actually, it's not even 5 lines.
And just go with the first. Just go with the first, right under number 4, where you have
exactly. Yep.
So if you look at the next, I don't see your cursor anymore.
Oh,
But
yeah,
if
right here,
you,
right here.
okay, if you go on the first line, just move it over to where you see Kemet. You see that right there? Okay, you see the bovine animal and then 3 strokes.
Indeed.
Okay, and then you have the seated deity determined
Correct.
glyph,
Yep.
and then you have Hap or Apis and the
Mm-hmm.
seated deity, et cetera, et cetera. And you keep on going over. I think a little bit is out of the picture. I think there's another Kemet over there somewhere.
It's
If you
actually not a
can you
Kemet.
scoot
It
it?
would be
Can you
his.
scoot it over?
It would be the offspring, probably.
Okay, no, in the
Exactly.
next line down. That's where I saw it. The next line,
Oh,
the
you talking
next
about here?
line down. Yeah,
Yeah.
you have the same word there, and then where else was it? Okay, those are the only 2 instances where you see the word. So you were saying that, I guess you were saying in support of what Winterman was saying, was that the T with the bovine animal would more refer to cows rather than bulls and stuff. Was that
Yeah.
your
Right. Right.
argument?
But not only that, or just a statement or confirmation. Not only that, um, what the Nasut was actually saying in this text, in this portion of the text. If we could go over that real quickly.
Okay. What do you feel it's saying?
Um, well, I mentioned to you. So, I mean, I could pull up the translation, but real briefly,
No,
without.
yeah, I want to know what's your take from it based
Oh,
on
so
our conversation.
so my take is that so there were he say that there's a it's kind of like an analogy or a metaphor where so you have a herd of cows, female cows, in a stall or in an area, not even in a stall, just in an area where they then other neighboring peoples that have their own bulls. Those bulls may linger or come in heat and or smell the other female cattle that might be ready to bear children, and they uh, wander into the area. And so Apis, being the Nasut, and if this is a harem, um, he basically protects the herd and keeps those outsiders or outside bulls or bulls that are not of his stock away from this divine herd or this sacred herd or this herd of his. Um, and then he goes in also to say that he makes this herd more divine or sacred or more pure. Wa'ab. So what? Where's it at? Uh, looking for the Wab, the pouring, the purification. Um, Glyph, but I'm not seeing it. But I'll continue. Um, he makes them more pure because of his seed, and he also goes to say that the offspring, meaning the male young bulls, are as pure, more pure as a livestock, or of the herring, or the children of the women. That's kind of my take on it.
You take that to mean that that there's an analogy with the king. You're saying that the bull represents the king, and the Kemet in terms of the bovine are analogous to the harem.
Yes.
and that he impregnates them to make them pure.
And the reason why why I would ask, why is he saying that he would make them more pure? And I would think that would be because of his bloodline, and then his bloodline being from a southern or a more Kemetic or Kem, Ronnie Kem bloodline is the reason why he's saying they would be more pure.
Well, okay, so let's go back to the tomb quickly, right? While you look for the word wab, right? The pure or whatever word that you're seeing as pure in there. If we go back to the tomb part, and then you're saying that it's not an anomaly or a mistake, but if you go back to what I showed, it's well, first of all, when you're making these tombs and stuff like that, you gotta understand that the king is not going to be doing any work in the tomb. And I know you know that. I'm not saying that like you don't know that, but there's a certain process and procedure on how all these things are done by the different levels of scribes and artists, and even among them, they have a hierarchy, they have a chain of command, and all this other kind of stuff. And this particular tomb was not originally even for Ramses III, so that needs to be understood. Number one, it was repurposed, and then when they started to build this particular tomb that was originally for someone else, they ran into a problem because the length that they needed was going to make it run into another person's tomb. So they had to sidestep and then continue the tomb further along and whatnot. Ramses III body was never found in that tomb in the past. It was part of a cache of royal mummies. I don't know why this is constantly being called. So having all these understands to try to put it on the king as if he was okay or not with the scribes doing X, Y, or Z in terms of making the ancient Egyptians look identical to the Nehisiu, that's nowhere in the purview of the scribal canon and on the side of the artist. So, and remember, the scribes had a rigid, a semi-rigid canon, which is why the artwork and everything was able to last so long, and people didn't drop the ball on learning how to carve the glyphs. Oh, remember, we're talking about 3,000 years. Over 3,000 years, people didn't forget how to carve the glyphs, didn't forget the beauty in it. The same symmetry in there, the canon of proportions and all these other kinds of things. And so the tomb, as I showed, the Nehisiu figures, the Nehisiu looking figures, they always precede the Chemehu looking figures. And this is all throughout Egypt's history. Whenever these figures are shown. And so in this tomb, you can see the Nehisiu figures are actually preceding the Chemehu looking figures. It's just that they're labeled. They're not labeled that way. And the labeling comes from the text, where the figures come from, where the anomaly is. And so it has nothing to do with the king agreeing that the Egyptians look like the Nehisiu or any of that, because they don't. Not even the king. If you will not find a single image of Ramses III where he looks like looks like the stereotypical Nehisi ever. You're not gonna find that at all. And so if we were to adopt that reasoning, then he would have surely used it for himself. If we're just basing it on reasoning,
Well,
he would have if you're saying that he's like a Nehisi person, or his heritage is from the area of Nehisi, and that was important to him and is a focus of him, to where he made all the Egyptians Nehisi, then he would have made that for himself. He would have made that that apparent and statement about himself. But nowhere ever will you find Ramses III ever even remotely depicted looking like Nahisi, dressing like a Nahisi with the earring and the short hair and the shawl and the cummerbund and all that stuff. Nah.
I agree, but I'm just
Okay.
saying, I think that he would not have a problem with the scribe doing that, even though he was more of a darker reddish brown instead of a chem complexion.
Well, but I'm saying, but him having a problem or not, yeah, that I don't
That's a
understand
stretch.
that. Yeah. That's a stretch because like whether he had a problem, I mean, most of these tombs are done or not even completed while the king is alive.
Well, they start
You know
as
that.
soon as he becomes king.
Yeah, but not all of them are finished when
Right,
they
because
die.
they
That's
die
why
early.
you have
Right.
that's why you have incomplete tombs all over the
They die
place, or
early.
at least portions of the tomb. So I kind of wouldn't I don't know wouldn't lean that way towards whether he wouldn't mind it or not and stuff like that. It's a definite bona fide anomaly because nowhere else in Egypt's history, and you got to remember, Egypt is long and old and long. Nowhere else in history has that ever been done. You won't find that, and that's even anti its culture. There, you don't find things in isolation in Egypt.
Correct.
You just don't. So,
I agree.
but I'm saying, so now to your purification analogy, it's known that the king, there's a running metaphor where the king equals a bull, or as a metaphor we say like a bull, and that's a running metaphor for the virility of the bull and the strength of a bull. So the king is definitely likened unto a bull, and it's called the strong bull, et cetera, et cetera. Like how all these different epithets. So that right there is not, that analogy or that comparison or association is definitely not far fetched at all.
I believe I found it.
If that's what.
If you could, number 4, take a look at that. That's 4 through
Okay, well, let me
5.
get back to your. Yeah, so in relation to where you were, because I don't see where you left from, but so this one is
See, this is page 30. Oh, well, 29.
yeah, you
But it's probably page 29.
no go back to where you were.
Or 30. Yeah. Now the
So you
other
talking
one
about
was
Neti Hood Netcher? You talking about the purification of the temple?
is that of the temple?
Yeah, Hood Netcher is the word next to it. Go to the second line, and you're right where your cursor is. Oh no,
Right.
I lost it. Where? There you go. Right
Right
there.
here.
Yeah, right there. You see
Um,
net. You see
right.
Wob Net Hood Netcher, Hood
Mhm.
Netcher Ek, your divine palace or your divine temple.
Let's see.
Yeah, on the second line, yeah.
So I don't know if that's where you were talking about in terms
Okay,
of
yeah.
purification of
So
the
hold on.
of the
Let me go for these lines repeat sometimes.
yeah. Show the you don't have the transliteration or anything to make it easier for you,
I don't this time.
or just the English, because
Hold
I'm
on.
trying to see where
I tried. That's what I
what
was
you're.
trying to look for. You got to pay. A lot of stuff you got to pay for, and I didn't
Oh,
find
pay for it.
that.
Oh, okay.
To get the download. Become
What
Oh
is
yeah,
it
yeah,
looking
yeah.
for in there?
Oh, I was going to get it from. Remember, you saw me on not the British. I mean, I could have got there from Scribe D.
Oh, scrib. I say scrib.
Scrib,
Scribe.
yeah.
Scribe D or scrib. Yeah. Oh, so you got it? I'm saying you found it there.
I don't have it. No.
Okay.
And shout out to brother Reggie, who actually brought this to my attention and many others' attention not too long,
Let
a
me.
couple weeks.
Okay. Let me ask you this. In the context of that being brought up, was there other context of that kind of hinting towards the incest relationships and stuff of the royalty and everything? Did that come up?
No, but we know the Ramessean, you know, background. But no, it didn't. We didn't talk about, or it wasn't talked.
Ain't talk about.
No, not
Okay, didn't talk about that. Okay.
No, it was just basically brought up because Jonathan Winterman was talking about the Kemet with the T, whether it was abstract or a feminine T. And there was pushback against that. But from what I'm seeing, I kind of lean towards that he's correct about that. Now, did he go into the analogy or metaphor of the Nasut and the harem and all that?
Nah, he didn't do that.
Yeah, he didn't do that during Ankh. So whether he's knowledgeable of it, I don't know, but he probably is. I would think.
Well, I mean, overall in general, the king is metaphorically associated with a bull, among other things. You know, not just a bull, but a bull.
Right.
And yeah, and then the bull is known to be attached to a herd of cows. So like in the so-called Book of the Dead, you have a passage, and I forget which one. I can't quote off the top of my head as far as where it is, but there's a passage in the Book of the Dead where a bull accompanies seven other cows.
Right,
and
I've
the bull
seen, you've shown that several times.
Yeah, and the bull is called Chati, and I believe that's what you saw there. So scroll up. Let me just see if I'm correct. Scroll. If you scroll, no, scroll. I'm sorry. Scroll back to where you were when you first opened that.
Talking about on the.
I think the previous page, or
no, it was back. It's on 49, I think.
Oh, okay. Dang, I didn't know you skipped back.
Yeah, I had to go back and look for it. So I think
it was on the left hand side. Yeah. It was line 4. Yeah. Okay. Now notice. Okay. Notice where we go. Right here. So you see where it says line 4, where your cursor is.
What? Line 4. Yes.
Okay. You see where it says Kemet Hapu or Hep.
Yes.
Okay. Right. The next word after that is Chai.
Yes.
And then you have Hemet. So the husband of, or the male, the husband or whatever to the wives. You see that?
Right.
Okay, so these comparisons and these associations, what I just mentioned was from the Book of the Dead, where this black bull or this bull is associated with 7 cows, and he too is called the exact same thing that you see there.
Okay.
It's the exact same. It's the exact same.
You're going over that, but I don't remember us clarifying that the name of that particular bull was called the Hemnif, or no, the what is it? The Aika.
Well, let me just see if I just want to show this comparison real quick.
Okay. And I just found something on my phone, a photo, and it happens to say the one we're on now says, I protect the black herd of Apis from stocks - bulls which had strayed from the herds of every house. I made them, and then this is in parentheses, the cows of the herd, and then unparentheses or close parentheses, all more divine than their black herd. I made the breed even purer than it was originally. That's in parentheses. Hold on. Sorry about
Oh,
that.
you
Um,
got the
yeah, she's going
what
crazy.
kind of
She must
dog?
see another dog out there.
Oh, okay,
Um,
okay.
yeah, she's a shepherd pit. She's a little loud. So, and continuing, it says, I enlarged their boundaries to their accustomed places, which others had taken for themselves for fields. Their boundary stones were set up engraved with thy name. There were made for them decrees for administering them upon the earth. So that's a few lines of that. This text was from the
Okay.
Kaui with the
Hmm.
papyrus roll to the seat of deity. So it's definitely talking
Okay.
about the.
But I don't. I mean, I don't have an issue with that though at all.
Right.
Let me just show this real quick so everybody can see what I'm talking about. Can you see that on screen? Can you see that?
Two.
Okay, so this is what I was just now referring to. This is like a very beautiful rendition of it. So this is like the one I always show because it's clear and beautiful and still color and everything. So you have seven cows here that's accompanied by the bull, and you have four oars representing the four cardinal points of the sky and everything. And I just want to point out that what you see here is the same word here, chai. And so this bull here is the husband, was considered the husband or mate with these other cows that are here that it accompanies. And so in following the context, we have to understand how these metaphors are related in different texts. Like you have to have an understanding of the consistent metaphors that are used throughout these different texts, and it would make a lot more sense. Where the king is likened unto a bull, or the bull is associated like with these seven cows, heavenly cows, or whatever the case is, and what their purpose is, and their names and what they signify, and so on and so forth, what they're doing. And then the larger context of the papyrus, what they call in the papyrus Harris, the actual text itself. So you got to get into the and it's the same thing here. I showed this before, where you have this bull right here, and you see that it is the husband to the hemut, the women, or hemut would normally be a wife as a woman, but you see it written here for the black bull and the same seven cows. And those are just two examples that I had ready to show, but it's considered the husband. So it's a running theme. Now, if you read all around it and expound on it, then it probably will match up or not. So I'm saying, I mean, at this point, I don't have a problem with that or anything. I don't know what that's saying, but I'm trying to link it to. I don't know if you're linking it to the tomb of Ramses III, or like that's where I'm confused.
Well,
I'm confused
actually,
at that.
this is Ramesses. If you look up the Harris Papyrus, it's about Ramses III.
No, I know, but I'm saying, are you trying to link this to the text to the Book of Gates in the tomb Like that, those are two different
Well,
texts.
I wasn't linking it, but I was just saying when I did some research and I looked at his background, I was
Oh,
saying to
okay.
myself, I don't think he would have had a problem with the scribe using the Nehes looking like the Kemetiu, not
Oh,
saying
okay. See
himself,
that.
but
Mhm.
the people he came from, his ancestors.
Oh, quick. So you're saying that he wouldn't have a problem based on something that you read somewhere?
No, I'm saying based on his genetic background, who his people were, I don't think he would have a problem with how the Kemetu were depicted in his tomb. Because, like I said, if it were me, you doing it over. We're gonna figure out a way to rewrite and redo this wall. Not the whole wall itself, but we're gonna carve it out. Y'all gonna start it over. You're gonna make a big mistake, like, oh, we'll plaster it up and we'll, patch it up.
Hmm. Well, that, but see, yeah, that is something that we would definitely say, because I feel the same way, especially as important as a burial chamber and a tomb, as important as that is and stuff. But we have several instances where mistakes have been made inside of tombs and just in various different papyri and
Were they
things that scholars have identified.
were those
Yeah,
mistakes this
plus
grave?
plus you have to kind of think like with everything that's going on and the amount of time it does take to build these things and construct those stuff, and the amount of workforce it requires. Unless you're, I don't know, we might have to start looking into which kings or which pharaohs were micromanagers in that sense, because I don't like, because you have, like how Ujao said, there's a whole team of people doing different things at the tombs, and that's why the king has those kind of people there, so that the king has his own duties, everybody has their own duties, and everybody's qualified to do what they're doing. So you can say that you wouldn't let it happen if you are the type of person to micromanage, but um, understanding the roles that people have, especially you being the head of the state or the nation, and your roles and duties that you have, unless you have free time, then you start going and micromanaging tasks that other people have been appointed to do, and are qualified to do, even though everybody does make mistake. But even nowadays, like think even as a president, like it's very rare to find a president that is micromanaging every aspect of the administration. Like they don't have that foresight of doing all that. So it's easy to say, but if you understand that how the administration part works, then you can understand why certain things would not be seen, and why the king would not even be privy to that kind of stuff.
Right. But I'm just gonna say this uh, sparingly or politely, because I may end up taking your class, since I heard that you're teaching the beginner class. So don't hold this against me. So I'm gonna have you as a
he said.
scribe.
He said.
You're gonna be up on the carpet, because something that's important, my burial chamber. I'm gonna have you on the carpet, and you're gonna have to answer for that, since you're the overseer and you're in charge of the other scribes and getting my burial chamber written up correctly.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, it's good to have those kind of discussion about what could have happened, because you could be right, but that's just something that we don't know, because we don't know what type of king that was.
Right.
Like, was your micromanager, and you have like the emir or emira sesh, like the overseer of the sesh, and even that overseer is expecting that they are other supervisors on top of the different scribes that do other parts. So when so everybody's doing their part, and mistakes, because we know that mistakes have been done, so we can actually assume that a lot of those kings were not micromanaging,
Right.
because
Right.
a lot of mistakes have been made. And then also the fact that we also know that even a lot of kings were not like they don't know everything about the text. That's why we have like the Seshuma anime Netcher, like the scribes, the royal scribes of the king, who have to kind of help the king understand some things in the session, things of that nature. So like the king has a lot
Right.
to do. So and then even the amount, like it's not like the pyramid is like taking just a year to build or to construct. By the time it's done, some of them are actually running out of time.
Right.
So so
Yeah.
so all of that,
Sometimes they
when you put that
die
into
and they don't
right.
have the opportunity to view.
Right. So yeah. So there's a
Their
lot going on where it's highly probable that they're
their
not. looking at all those little details in every single part of the pyramids
Yeah.
and whatnot.
But as an administrator, you know good and well someone who speaks for the king. If they make a mistake, um, they're held at a high regard. And
Yeah.
shout out to Danny Williams or Donnie Williams. I see you out there. Yeah, bring that presentation out. Um, you know, get on out here. Teach
All right,
us.
so just real quick, yeah, this is I didn't realize this 2 minutes to 10 o'clock. So what I would like to do, it's interesting because I mean what you're saying, well, as far as the Ramses III tomb, I already did a video on that, so I'm not going backwards on that. But in terms of and you're not even saying this either, but somebody made a mention of, I think it was the brother Reggie on the show last night, was saying something about, one of his things is about the divine black herd and all of that with the cattle culture and everything. And one of the questions I asked last night about that, which is prior to us getting into the linguistic thing in the first place, was the use of figurative expressions, especially metaphor, which is a type of I guess trope, and you got different types, but metaphor is definitely a heavily used one, right? And so there's a overarching metaphor where people equal animals, and then sub to that, people equaling animals also becoming victims. And an example of people being animals is the king. So the king is a bull. Now we know that's not literal. The king is not literally a bull, but it's some nexus that will allow the association to become realized as a metaphor. So what attributes of the bull it that's making this metaphor become realized? So it's the strength and the virility of bulls that are superimposed on the king. Therefore, the king is a bull. And so the question I was having was, if the bull is a black bull and the king is metaphorically associated with a black bull, or anybody as a black bull or black herd or whatever, why do people break up the metaphor and say, like, for instance, the king is a bull is understood as a metaphor, but the black part, if you say black bull, the black must be literal. And see, it doesn't work that way. So if the king is a bull, if the king is a black bull, if the bull part is a metaphor, then the black part goes with the bull, which is part of the metaphor. So it's not literal. So just like the king is not literally black, not literally a bull, the king is not literally black. But people break it up and say, okay, we know the king is not really a bull, but yes, he's really black.
Well, I think that
it don't work that way.
First of all, I think that the bull culture was probably before husbandry. Probably came before farming, and I think the cattle culture probably came before the Nile Valley farming culture. So, and I also think that those people that were doing the cattle culture, they probably said to themselves, they didn't look like the saw bull, they didn't look like the speckled bull. Some may have looked like the brown or the shred bull, but many probably looked like the Kem bull, and they probably related themselves to the Kem bull paradoxically. I think that makes sense. Sounded good anyway.
Well, I'm like, man, listen. But hold up. So look, all right, it's 10 o'clock, right? So I definitely got to get out of here because I've been on way longer than I anticipated to talk about this. So I'm gonna definitely have to shut this down. But I may fire up another discussion about that probably tomorrow. In terms of this black herd black cattle herd and cattle culture and tying it into incest and stuff like that. The things that I heard, I may kind of spark up a conversation about that.
We don't really have to go into the incest part because all cultures have incest. That, to me, that's kind of degrading.
No, we stay away
throw
from
it off.
that.
No, we don't have to because mankind. We are animals. That's clear. We eat other organisms to survive, plants and protein or other living organisms.
No,
that's
even
not a problem. We can go into it if you want to, but I just think it's a little degrading to try to throw us, over into that.
No, I'm just saying people.
That's the way human beings develop.
No, I'm saying I'm saying that came up like it's because
I didn't bring that up.
It's not you. No, I'm not saying you did at all. No. I'm just saying I may that may be part of the conversation, not from you, but I'm just saying period, because that's just interesting. No, but I always have that issue with Abrahamic believers of the Abrahamic belief systems.
Before that happened.
Who subscribe? No. I'm just saying the issue itself. I always have these I used to have these conversations on incest with the biblical stories of like Adam and Eve and all
Look,
that kind
Pop,
of stuff.
I don't even want to talk about Pop and bring him up, but anyway,
Social
World. I see you. Shout out. No, I'm just tripping. I just don't. I don't want to talk about that. But you may want to. I don't. Incest? Nah.
He said, no, we need to talk about it if they learned it by watching Bulls. Yeah, see, that's what I say. See, yesterday when that came up, I was like, I'm not even touching that right there.
Oh, the incest part, whether they,
Yeah, they learned about it by watching Bulls. I'm not touching that. I just want to know I want to know more about the claim, not I just want to know what more about the claim, because I just heard somebody say it. I think it was Brother Reggie. I think Reggie said Reggie was the one that said that the cattle culture and the bulls and stuff like that is where, like, he brought up incest as if what Sosa is saying, that they learned it by watching the bulls. So
but think about it.
I'm trying to hear more about that.
That really is a human. I would say ancient. We have seen to learn that genetically it can have its downfall with so you
don't need
issues.
bulls to
you can
do
have
it.
Lions do it. All kind of animals. Alpha males. You have alpha. You have the.
But I'm saying you don't have to watch bulls. You don't have to
slandering bulls right now. Like
you don't have to watch. You don't have to watch bulls to
baboons
to learn that
monkeys
that behavior is. I guess that's what it's been. I don't know. Maybe Sosa could break it down, because I don't even know what the claim is. I just heard it for the first time last night.
I'd say the monkeys were doing it before they were watching bulls.
Now we do know that there's an issue of incest in ancient Egypt among the royalty and stuff like that. But last night, what I heard, that was my first time hearing that, in terms of it came from the bull culture, cattle culture, bulls, or the observations of bulls is why they, so I don't know. Maybe somebody can further elaborate on that.
That's a long time ago, and it probably does have a tie to it, possibly.
Nah, I don't know about that.
I don't either, but I'm just.
But I need to wrap it up. Yeah. I definitely need to wrap this up, man. So I've been on here for way too long. So I appreciate you coming through. I appreciate Asamotep coming through. Who else came through? Asam Ka came through. And shout out to everybody on the community of skeptics, pseudo killers, because this entire me going live right now definitely didn't plan on being this long, but was based on the two conversations really. It was last night's and then a previous one kind of stitched together. And I just don't know why the linguistic issues keep being brought up. Because I'm not bringing this up. I'm not going to bring up linguistic issues to people who don't deal with linguistics. I just don't do it. But when presented with it, I'm thinking Positively, I'm thinking that somebody actually read something and then gonna offer a better quality conversation about it, but come to find out that it's not the case. And we can't rely on ChatGPT to be the educator on these things. So that's my whole thing, because once again, looking through ChatGPT without a prerequisite understanding of the issues, then you're gonna get misled, and that's what happened. People are thinking that you got to have genetic data, biogenetic data to actually perform the comparative method. Nah. And then people are thinking that the claim is that you only deal with language and you don't consult other disciplines within anthropology. No, none of those were ever said, and that's what I'm saying. It's like a waste of time for all that kind of stuff. We just got to understand that basic knowledge of the field of comparative linguistics, or historical comparative linguistics. A lot of these things are known. They're like concretely known about language, even the impacts that we were discussing. That if you are able to prove two languages that are previously not looked at as genetic related because no work was done or whatever the reason, if somebody actually did the work and are able to substantiate and prove it by the work itself, then that does send or spur, as ChatGPT used the word spur, or trigger as the word I use. It will trigger like a domino effect of people being excited or curious and seeing what impact it has on through the lens of other disciplines. And that's just what it is. So, and I'm giving basically a recap so I can end this show, right? So with Egyptian and Chiluba, now Chiluba is classified as a Bantu language. Egyptian is classified as a language on its own branch, but within the Afroasiatic macro phylum. Chiluba is more granular on the tree structure of how those languages are structured and mapped out. If somebody was to do the work and compare ancient Egyptian with Chiluba, and what comes out of the wash is proving that they are genetically related. Part of that work you have to do, you couldn't limit yourself just to those two languages, but for the sake of simplicity, if somebody were to be able to prove that those two languages are genetically related, and they were previously not looked at as being genetically related, then it will definitely cause and trigger or spur in further investigation on the surrounding disciplines that information would impact. So it is what it is, and so it's a domino effect. It's a slow effect. It's not a flick of the switch where something's explosive, where it's going to totally throw all of linguistic knowledge in the trash, and everybody gotta hit Control Alt Delete and reset. It doesn't work that way. These things are very almost like systematic, or like a very consistent domino effect and whatnot. But what I don't want people to ever believe is that you have to use or know about the other information in order to do comparative linguistics and actually do the work. Like I said, you can literally just pick two languages up. Oh, he's I thought you were showing something. You can literally blindfold yourself, pick out two languages, and then just attempt to utilize the comparative method for the two languages that you picked randomly. But as a prerequisite, though, you will have to know about those two languages independent, those individual languages. You have to know enough about them, their phonological inventory within them, the lexical meanings of its lexemes, its lexical inventory or vocabulary, those things, yes. But you can actually just do that. Pick random and do it. When you apply the method, your application of the method is going to tell you if they are related or not. Not anything else, like not some other bias or other influence. It's the same thing here. So it's my last comparison for people to really, really, really get this. If I dig up a human remain in Greenland, on the continent or the country of Greenland, and I save that human remain, I store it, and I take the genetic samples of genetic material, and I sequence that human remains genome. I do a genome level sequencing. Then I go somewhere clear across the world, over there, let's say in Australia. I'm in Australia, and I find a human remains, and I take a human remains and I do the same thing. I extract DNA material and I sequence the genome level sequencing. If I want to, I can simply compare both genome sequences of the two individual human remains, and whatever I find is whatever I find. Like, whatever comes out of that comparison comes out of the comparison. If there's a lot of genetic markers that are shared, then the inference or that data will allow me to say, wait a minute, to what degree are these two human beings related? Or I find none. Like there's little to no matches on any parts of the sequencing. Then that's what it is. So whatever it is whatever it is. But now check this out. If I were to do that, now check this out. If I were to do that, even though these are two separate locations, Greenland and Australia, if I were to do the genetic work, the biogenetic work now, I'm not even talking about linguistics at all, the biogenetic work, and I sequence and I compare them snip for snip. I'm going comparison one for one. I'm going down the whole genome sequence, and I find so many pairs that are matching. So many pairs that are matching. Come find out that the two human remains are second cousins. Like the amount of shared DNA material comes out to be equivalent of a second cousin relationship. So I got a human being in Greenland and a human being in Australia that through my work, it shows that they have a second cousin relationship. So my data is what it is. So now with that data, I can go to other disciplines and they say, well, wait a minute, Greenland is far away from Australia. So that don't really make sense. Like how the question will become, how could that be possible? So now that will cause people to ask other questions. Like, wait a minute, how old are these human remains? Because if they're recently deceased people, then it could make sense. It's simply that person A flew to Australia and left person B in Greenland, and they just happened to be cousins, and they both passed away in separate locations, but they flew over there. Or if you go back in the past before flight and stuff, then it poses a different set of questions and different other complications. But my point here and what I'm saying is that none of that, regardless of the secondary and tertiary questions that come out of it, none of that is going to affect the genetic results that you got. The results are the results. If you follow the proper procedure, you got what you got. Now you have all these other questions that proceed from that data that you got to deal with and answer. Now, that's the same thing in linguistics. Two languages that are not looked at as being related, if you do the work and you end up proving that they are, now it's going to trigger further questions. That's all in a nutshell. It's going to force people to reanalyze things and and to create new investigations on things, and that's it. The degree of impact is relative to whatever the work you did and everything. So hopefully, people could just understand those simple things. If you get that, then hey, you are with me. We're on the same page. If you're trying to say anything different, or you're trying to say I need genetic data, or I gotta have a there and there hypothesis and stuff like that, that crazy stuff that was being mentioned yesterday, then we'd have a problem. I would just keep suggesting to respectfully just do some more reading. You got a lot of catching up to do. Then we can revisit the conversation in the future. But MEK, you have any last thing? Well, Patah, you got any closing remarks? Because I'm definitely going.
Yeah, I did want to close a few words. I do want to say, I know I reached out to you to get back in here into the community. Yours and Emicat being back, pushing your channel or going live, sharing and teaching. It's definitely been another breath of fresh air. And I just want to say I appreciate y'all, man, coming out and doing what y'all do. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, man, I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, yeah. So we're gonna try to push the needle forward. That's the best we could do. I kind of readjusted my expectations so I won't become frustrated. Because frustration is a result of where your expectations are. you set them kind of too high, and you constantly get let down. That causes frustration, or
Absolutely.
too low, then you can kind of be delusional. So I try to have realistic expectations, and so that's where I'm at.
Oh,
and it is what it is. So
and let me hold the whip for the weekend. Peace.
all right, yeah, man. You're supposed to come down to Atlanta. Hey, you were saying you were going to Florida or somewhere and whatnot, but yeah, let me know. Yeah.
Oh, it'll probably be in like 3-4 weeks when we get back from Paris from the Olympics. I'll stunting on y'all a little bit.
Oh, dang! You going to the Olympics, man? Oh, for real? The Olympics start this year?
Yeah, August. Yeah, August. First week in August.
Boy, that's how you know I'm out of touch, boy. I forgot about the Olympics. Goodness. So yeah, that's the Summer Olympics, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's the part I watch, man. The gymnastics and the track and field, all that good stuff, swimming, diving. All right, but yeah, you going to Paris? All right, good, man. Maybe you go to the Louvre. If you go to the Louvre, I doubt if you have a chance, but you go to the Louvre Museum.
We'll have some time.
But definitely take pictures, man. Make sure you charge your phone. Take some good pictures, quality pictures of everything you can get your eyes on.
What's in there? Anything in there for Kemet?
Yeah. What you talking about? The Louvre? Of course.
Okay, I thought they had it hidden in the Vatican or something. Down on the catacombs.
No.
I thought the Louvre basically had like Michelangelo and Sistine Chapel. You touch, the man.
I mean, it's not. It's no British. It's no British museum or the Cairo Museum, but you have pieces over there, boy. So yeah, definitely, just go over there. Check it out. Yeah. Definitely.
I mean, I've been to Spain for a weekend. The Alhambra, that was really nice. Seville and what else? Those places, Malaga and North Africa too. But
all right, maybe get a French teacher over there, man, to teach you some French so you can read these French tests. So you could read Mboli's work. You can translate for people.
I passed 2 years. French 1 and French 2 in college and high school. 2 años en escuela español. See?
All right, well, there you go. So maybe you can get somebody. I know we all need brushing up.
Oui. Bonjour.
Bonjour, oui. Hey, you know what? My French. Every time I try to speak French, I have this image in my head of Pepe Le Pew, the skunk.
That's you showed your age,
like a cat, yeah.
Just like with Spanish, I remember epa, andale.
Yeah, andale, arriba. Yeah. Speedy Gonzalez, that's crazy, boy. No, but Spanish was my thing, man. I was hard on Spanish. I took Spanish 1, 2, and I was really good at it, but I lost. Like I have the tongue still, but I lost the vocabulary. And that's the tongue meaning I know the pronunciations and I can pronounce the words accurately once I see them or somebody say it, but on my own, I
Yeah,
lost the vocabulary.
I dabbled into a few hetep, wuja. Um, let's see. Yeah, I read a few few works, few writings, trying to learn the sitting at the feet of some of the elders of the Nuwapian culture.
Oh, okay, okay.
They know you.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, I mean, everybody knew me at one point. Shoot, everybody. I'm the person they love to hate now. I mean, not now, but boy.
Yeah.
All right, but let me go. So I'm gonna say peace. I appreciate you coming through. MEK, did you have any closing remarks?
Just to thank everybody that came on the panel and everybody that listened, and make sure that you share the video with other people, and definitely know to continue staying in my lanes after watching this. So yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so that's it, y'all. So remember, tonight's chat was mainly about because it was long, boy. It was called ChatGPT Consensus Experts. Oh my, and this is in regards to once again how although ChatGPT, the consensus, and even experts, they are very good resources and good tools. Like ChatGPT being a good tool, excellent tool. The consensus, a actual scientific consensus, is a good resource. Experts are good resources and things. But no matter what, these tools, as beautiful as they are, they have inherent limitations, and people need to know how not to misuse them. And so once again, the conversation that I was having last night on linguistic issues with the use of ChatGPT is it doesn't do the conversation justice. Only because you have to be familiar with certain things to even understand and interpret accurately what ChatGPT is even saying. And so I laid out the examples of people thinking you need genetic stuff, and then looking up evolutionary linguistics and stuff, confusing that with the historical comparative method, which has nothing to do with that. Evolutionary linguistics is talking about humans, the act of speech. There's a difference between the act of speech and the actual gene that allows for speech to take place, period, among humans rather than other animals of the animal kingdom and all that kind of stuff. With language is different. Language is a psychological phenomenon. And I don't know why people keep trying to apply DNA to it. It's not. There's no gene for what any language a person speaks at all. You're not going to dig up somebody's remains and then sequence their genes and then find out what language they speak at all. Okay, that's not how it works. So hopefully people got a clear picture, and my advice again is to read. Don't ever it's almost at the situation back in the day with calculators, where when calculators became popular, there was a lot of resistance by older folks with calculators, warning people that it's going to make people lazy. Nothing different than today with cell phones, smartphones. Back in the day, you had to memorize people's numbers. Now, people don't even know their own number, their own phone number, let alone their relatives' numbers. Why? Because now we are dependent on the smartphone, on the cell phone. I don't have to memorize anybody's phone number. I can just look it up in my phone and whatnot. So if you lose your phone, you're in trouble. But 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, that wasn't the case at all. So let's not allow ChatGPT or any of these tools to cause people to be handicapped and dependent. And that's what I fear. I see the beginning of that happening, where people feel like they don't have to read books. They could just do divination with ChatGPT. It's like rolling the dice. It's like, all right, let me pull a tarot card called ChatGPT and query it, and it's gonna give me the information, and I'm gonna then go on YouTube and start arguing and fussing and fighting off of something that it said. So let's never make books go out of style, y'all. Let's never make books go out of style and actual studying. With that, I'm gonna say peace, and I appreciate everybody tuning in. But we're gonna definitely end this with Dr. Clark, 'cause I'm running this till the wheels fall off. But peace.
This is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade, and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, that he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You're saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race.
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented, developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term, and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of it. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoon. We are complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could you say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.